Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We want to say a huge thank you for your attendance on this morning. And we're just going to open up in a word of prayer, and then we'll get into the program. We'll now have our overseer come and open us in a word of prayer.
Good morning. Father, we thank you. We praise you and we worship you. We thank you for this moment, Lord. We thank you for this day. And Father, as we sit today to learn of our health, of our bodies, and what we should eat and what we should do, we just want you to bless the doctors on this morning, Lord, because you have called them. You have created them for this reason. And we thank you for them today, Lord. Open up their understandings deeper, Lord, and anoint them afresh today, Lord, and that the word and the words of life and comfort that they will give us, Lord, that we will take it, Lord, and do our bodies better in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. So this weekend is geared to our Women's Day weekend at Healing Waters Ministry. And our scripture for this weekend is bloom where you're planted, thrive in every season, taken from Psalms 92 and 13. So it's truly a blessing and privilege to welcome each one of you to our Health and Wellness Seminar, a gathering designed to inform, empower, and inspire us to take charge of our health and the health of those we love. Today we come together to be educated on the wholeness of body, mind, and spirit, to be filled, renewed, and equipped with knowledge that promotes lasting wellness. Health and wellness are not just about living without sickness. They are about living with purpose, balance, and awareness. This seminar shines a light on three critical areas that affect our families and communities every day. Women's health, because strong women build strong families. How many believe that? We are some powerful, women are powerful, you know. Y'all don't know how powerful you are. Women are powerful. It takes a woman to do what? Get it done, right? And that's in every sense of life. When women are educated and proactive about their health, the entire community thrives. You see how powerful we are? We can change a whole community. Internal medicine. Because prevention, early detection, and proper management of chronic conditions are key to living longer, healthier lives. Then we're going to talk about children's health and behavioral therapy. Because our children are our future, and nurturing their physical and emotional well-being lays the foundation for generations to come. As we listen to our presenters today, may our hearts and minds be open. Let us take in the knowledge, ask questions, lots of questions, and commit ourselves to making better choices, not only for ourselves, but also for our families, our workplaces, and our nation. Together, let's embrace wellness as a lifestyle, not just a moment, because health is truly our most incredible wealth. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our distinguished presenters for today's session. Dr. Dawn Perry Ewing, OBGYN, and Chief of Medical Services at the Cheshire Hall Medical Center. Let's put our hands together for her. Dr. Merrill Clark, internist and nephrologist at Cheshire Hall Medical Center. Dr. Marcella Malcolm, my dear friend, pediatrician and the heart behind TCI Pediatric Place. Put your hands together for her. Ms. Kashana Garland, our very own Healing Waters, you ought to put your hands together for her. International Behavioral Therapists. These are our presenters today that will shed light on how we can maintain wellness. We are anticipating a truly educational and empowering experience. So sit back, open your hearts and minds, and let today mark a new step toward better health and wellness for all. Put your hands together as we welcome Ms. Kashana Garland, who will be doing our icebreaker for this morning.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So our icebreaker today, it is very interesting. Okay, so I will be breaking you all up into groups. So we will be doing a task analysis today. So a task analysis is basically breaking complex skills into smaller teachable steps. And that is something that we use when we're dealing with kids who have autism or even kids who don't have autism, okay? So basically, if I can break everyone up into 4 groups, how many people do we have here today? We could get 4 groups? Okay, perfect. Okay. 5 people is fine. Yeah. So everyone can be working together. All right, so I will hand out a sheet of paper, and then I will have someone pick between whether they would want to do a task analysis on making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or hand washing. All right. Okay, so I'll give you guys like 10 minutes to write down your steps. Whoever is done, you guys can pick someone to come up and present their steps and how they felt. You first, okay, so first everyone is going to write down the steps on what they think on how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or how to wash your hands. And then, so once you're done with that, someone from your group can come up and present the steps. Yeah. Or you still need some more time? 3. I can give y'all 1 more minute. La 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 la. La 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 la. All done? All right, perfect. So which group would like to go first? You want to go first? Okay. Okay, so a representative can go. A representative can go first, present, and then tell us how you felt while making a task analysis.
Okay. So our task was to give the steps of washing your hands. Yeah, and it was under a lot of distractions, but we made it. We made it. So we learned that upon discussion, we learned that there are 10 steps to washing your hands, right? So the first thing you do is you turn the tap on, right? with the back of your hand or however you do it. We put the soap in our hand. We lather it up with water. We wash the top and the bottom in between, making sure that, all the dirt and everything, whatever is on our hands is washed. All through the fingers, the thumbs, the palms. And we do this for 30 seconds at least, or until all is off, or whatever is contaminating our hands is off. Allow the water to continually run. Then we rinse the soap off our hands, or rinse until the soap is off our hands. How much steps we reached so far? Anybody counted? Oh, yeah? So we turn the tap off with the back of our hands, right? We dry our hands off with napkins or towels. Use the napkin. So upon that, when we're finished drying our hands, once we're leaving the bathroom or wherever we're leaving, according to how the door is set, we use the napkin or our elbow to open the door to ensure that we do not recontaminate our hands. So is that 10, 11? Anyway, that's the steps. All right? I think the noise, the candies was fine, you know, because we go through that. That's adults. But I think the loud shouting was one that really got to me. But the coming and interrupting was fine. We do that on a daily, even as adults. But I think the children tend to, you know, distract you a little bit more with the loudness and stuff like that. You wanna answer?
Well, for me, I would say the same thing, the noise. Also, the coming and showing the little stuffy, the fuzzy little thing, that was a distraction. And this is something that we go through on a regular. And to think about those parents that have children that, you know, with those autistic and, you know, they deal with that on a regular, it takes a lot of patience. And that right there, that little moment, you know, I thought about it and I say, wow, I can't imagine the parents that have to deal with that on a regular. That right there will, it'll drive you crazy. But I applaud those parents that take out the time to deal with that. Takes a special anointing.
Good morning, everyone. Listen, in our group, we have these two stellars. They're so good. Come, they're the ones who were giving us all the steps. So we were tasked to do the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Listen to me. Children, they knows it well. So what we decided, okay, when we were preparing ourselves, we said, who are we making this for? We have to say who we're doing it for. Oh, Lord, hold on. Technology. Okay, good. So, we determined who we're making it for, and we decided that it's for someone who, you know, is health conscious, as we're here in the health and wellness, okay? And so, our first step is we make sure that our counter is clean and our utensils are clean. And then after that, we take out our ingredients. Right? We take out our ingredients. And for sure, we wash our hands before we start to make the sandwich. And you all did the steps. You all did enough of to clean up the utensils and all of that. So you all made sure that your hands are clean. After that, we take out our bread slices and the toast. They decided they wanted the bread to be toasted, you know, because, you know, that nice crunchy feeling. Yes, taste rather. Then after we take out our peanut butter, the gluten-free, of course, and the organic peanut butter and sugar-free jelly. We're going healthy now, okay? We're going healthy. Yes. And we take out our bread slices and then we spread the peanut butter first. That's key. Spread that first. And then we spread our jelly. We spread our sugar-free jelly. And then we put the other slice of the bread on top of that. And they were very specific. Our persons who were making it for, they wanted to be cut diagonally. Not vertically, but diagonally. They were very specific what they want. So remember, no, it's not us going to eat it, so that person want all of that. So once we did that, we put it in a nice plate. We serve it in a nice plate along with their special beverage. And that's our step. I said on my bread slices. One side we put the jelly. We put I gotta be very specific now, gluten-free organic peanut butter. On our first slice of bread, we spread it there. And then we put, no, we're not gonna put another slice of bread and we put it on top of that. No, 2 slices we're using, not 3. That person don't eat 3 slices. Yeah, man, right here. 2 slices of bread. 2 slices of brown bread, right? So we put the two. So we put the gluten-free organic peanut butter. Then we put our sugar-free jelly on top of that. Huh? We did that first. We put our, oh, you want me to tell you, I put it in my toaster? Okay, I'm going to tell you that. So we're not even going to use that toaster that pop it up. We open that one door, that one, and we're going to put it in, the two slices together, all right? And we'll give it, how long? 30 seconds, okay. And we let our bread toast. Ding, ding, dong, dong. 30 seconds, okay? For how long? Toast it? Yeah, toast is on our steps. We didn't put how long. What, you coming to audit my notes?
I don't see how long you have it on here for toasting.
We didn't put the time on it.
Yeah.
We didn't put how long. But trust me, we'll be standing there making sure it don't get burnt. All right? Because it's the brown bread. One with the oats on it, that one, that healthy one, that's the one that we're using. Yeah. Yes. It go ting ting. All right? Huh? You wanted all of that. Okay. We got it. But at the end of the day, our person who we're making that sandwich for was totally satisfied. Totally, with their gluten-free organic peanut butter and the sugar-free jelly, okay? And we serve that in a very nice square plate, and it's cut diagonally, and it is served with their favorite beverage, and that's just simply lemonade. All right? I had the most amazing group, and I have to give it up. Give them a round of applause. These two young girls, they came up with the gluten-free and all of that. Trust me, they know about high five. Yeah. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry? After your first come around, I realized you wanted to distract me and see how focused we were, but we were very focused. This fuzzy thing you bring to us, I didn't even look at that because, listen, it was all about our peanut butter sandwich, okay? So, anyone else in our group was distracted like that? I took one of the halls because I needed that one. But were you distracted? We figured you out at the beginning. The first one, we figured you out, and I said, listen, she's trying to distract us. Let's focus on our peanut butter sandwich, okay? All right, so that was good. We got that. We're good like that. We are focused like that.
Good morning. We were tasked with peanut butter as well.
Oh, no.
Yes. So I don't have on my glasses and I didn't write this. So if I'm squinching, it's, yeah, because I didn't write it, okay? Okay, y'all ready? So we're using Peter Pan peanut butter. We're doing that one. Yes, down home. So we get that down first. We know that we're using brown bread, wheat bread. We wash our hands. Get our ingredients, peanut butter and jelly. Peter Pan. Ensure utensils and bread and knives are on the table. Toaster is functional, make sure that's functional. Get our sliced bread, we're doing for one person, an adult. Put the bread in the toaster. Toast the bread for 30 seconds to 2 minutes. No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. We won't lie in the house of the Lord. Say it again. Toast that bread for 30 seconds to 2 minutes. When done, put on plate. Spread peanut butter on both sides. Then spread jelly on both sides of the bread. Put the bread together. Cut off crust. We don't want that dough. Then cut diagonally with triangles. No, we won't line the house of the Lord. We respect the house of the Lord. And after that, we're going to enjoy. And we're done. No drink. We just want that peanut butter and bread. Peter Pan, peanut butter. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Any questions? Yes. Mm-hmm. No, take it out. Once it pops up, we take that out. It won't burn you. I always do it. It doesn't burn. Once that comes up, it's good to come out. Spread that peanut butter on that. That will melt. Yes. Oh, so good. Two breads. No, just on both sides, as in open it up on both sides. Not over. Yeah, both slices. No, we didn't. We won't lie in the house of the Lord. Yeah, not in here. We felt good. We flowed. That's how I normally make it, so I was good with it. How about you guys?
So you mean when we were making it just now with the distractions? Jesus. I thank God for the parents that have to deal with those kids. They need patience, a lot of love, you know. Yeah, they need patience. It's not easy. Noise. You see, you can say I'm loud. I speak loud, but I don't like noise, especially when children making noise. I don't like it. I can't take it. So, God, we need a lot of God, plenty gods, to deal with that. The noise.
For me, that wasn't a problem. I don't have kids, but I was able to block it out. I saw that you were a distraction, so I just tuned you out. But for me, I don't have kids, so it's probably different. I don't know. Oh, but it didn't bother me at all.
Yeah. Huh?
So that was a great activity, wasn't it? So as you know, kids who have autism, those noises, those distractions can be twice as much. Like it can be really extreme for them. So they may feel overwhelmed with their senses when things are being presented within their environment, but they are still being asked to cope in the world around them. And that can be very difficult. Because of their difficulty in processing their five senses, such as sight, which you'll see with the umbrella, sound, the tambourine, smell, the perfume that I sprayed, taste, the holes, and then touch with the little fuzzy thing or me sitting next to you and touching you as well. So, so yes, because of their difficulty in processing the five senses, They might seek out certain sensory experiences or avoid others, which can impact their behavior, comfort, and development. Sensory activities and environmental adjustments can help them feel more comfortable, and it helps them to understand their needs and regulate their responses to sensory input. So, for instance, you may have some child rocking back and forth. You may have a child just touching you or just coming to hug you. So those are some of the things that or they may make certain sounds like la 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 la. Like every child have different sensory inputs that help them to cope within their environment. So that's basically what the task analysis was for. Okay, so that you can understand what they feel and what they go through on a daily basis.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Kayshana. Let's put our hands together for that. I hope that was a good learning experience for you with that icebreaker. So right now we're going to move into our first presenter. And I'll just take you through a scripture that will lead into bringing on our first presenter. Psalms 139:14 says, I praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. Every woman's body is a divine creation, unique, precious, and worthy of care and respect. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Dawn Perry Ewing as she speaks on women's health.
Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. I'm not so sure how well. Can you guys see and read that? It's a little challenging for me as well. That's right. Okay, thank you. All right, just give me 1 second. Right, so we're going to have a conversation this morning. This is not a lecture, all right? And since our dear Miss Kashana did a wonderful job in breaking the ice, and since we're all very good friends this morning, I'm going to just encourage you to raise a hand, ask a question if you wish, during the course of this discussion. So what I ordinarily like to do when I'm asked to give a talk to women of various ages is to just remind us that we go through 3 key phases in our lives. There's the pre-adolescent or early teen phase of our lives when we're young women on the journey to becoming women. And there's the reproductive phase of our lives when we begin having families and bearing children. And then once we would have transitioned through that, we begin to change in many ways as we attain the menopausal years, okay? So at every stage of our lives, now who's changing the slide for me? At every stage, as we progress through our journey, we have many different experiences, and every woman has a different experience. And the type of experience that we have depends on so many factors. It depends on who we have around us in our circle. Who are our community of women? What beliefs do they share? Have they shared with us? What do we understand about the science of our bodies? Do we understand entirely and completely how our bodies work, how they fail to work, how they change? All right? And some of us may make the journey through all of these 3 phases of life without any difficulties. A lot of us may have several challenges or a few challenges, okay? So I'm not going to continue saying next slide. It's too much of a distraction. But let's just focus this way rather than trying to follow the slide. So what women need depends on, or what a girl would need, it would depend on the phase of life that she's going through. So now we have 2 youngsters here with us. Do we have anybody here under the age of 20? Okay, perfect. So let us create a person, a woman, a girl. Can we give her a name? I don't like to stand in community forums and choose names because I may choose the name of somebody who's an actual patient and get her name is Speaker. Okay, are we happy with that? Okay, so Speaker, she is 14. She comes to see the gynecologist. She comes with her mom. Of course, she won't be seen without a mom, right? Or at least a guardian of some sort. So she comes with her mom, and they're a bit concerned because she started having a period about 2 years ago, and they're a little concerned because she's having a few challenges. Number one, the period isn't regular. It may come once every 2 to 4 months. When she does have a period, it could be very painful. Painful to the extent that she may have to lose a day at school, all right? And they're not very happy about the experience that she's had thus far. So I use Speaker as an example of some of the things that we may see in a young woman of that age, all right? And so we take the opportunity to discuss with Speaker and Speaker's mom that, you know, what we're experiencing with the irregularity at this stage may be normal because the chemical coordination throughout the body that regulates the cycle is still a bit immature, all right? And we to wait a while before we start talking about putting her on hormonal medications, that sort of thing. But we also use the opportunity to ask a few more questions. Now, she's having very painful periods, so we discuss that, we do an examination, we decide whether or not any other tests would be necessary in order for us to decide whether any other intervention is required at this stage. But the point that I'm trying to drive home is that at this age, as mothers, we introduce, or we should introduce our daughters to the practice, okay, of health-seeking behavior, all right? We introduce her to her generalist, her pediatrician, her family doctor, and encourage her to have that relationship of trust built. Encourage her to develop health-seeking practices. Encourage her to ask questions about her body and for explanations about how things should be functioning and explanations as to why they may not be functioning ideally or appropriately. This is also an opportunity for us as the healthcare provider to say things like, you know, how knowledgeable are you about sexual practices? There's a lot of information out there in the world today, and not all of it is accurate. The internet in itself has a lot of good benefits. You can access accurate information, but at the same time, information that's out there is unfiltered and in many instances not accurate, completely wrong, and inappropriate. What has made things even worse is AI and the chat GPTs. Because if you Google any topic right now, the first thing that comes up at the top of your feed is the AI version. And you have no idea where that is coming from. So always seeking the counsel of someone who is an expert in healthcare matters is important. So I think even more so in today's world where all of our kids have this, and this is now their counsel, this is now their advisor, right? So at this age, we take the opportunity, and I hope I'm not encroaching on, no, okay. All right, we take the opportunity to also begin to introduce knowledge and education about safe sexual practices. We also take the opportunity to say to young women, your body's a temple, do not allow yourself to be violated. If you are in a relationship or if you find yourself in a position that is compromising and you feel threatened, you have a right to say stop. So this is an opportunity for us to discuss all of these things. Okay, so Speaker is now 20, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's a lot older. She has a great relationship with us. And she comes back in. Now, what are some of the concerns she could be bringing? What are some of the likely complaints that she may have at this age? Well, at this age, she may have already started a family. She may not have started a family. So some of the complaints could be related to fertility issues. Either I'm not fertile, have been having a challenge with conception. She may be too fertile. She may have already had several children and is seeking contraceptive or family planning advice. She may have also had some concerns about exposure to infections. So there may be some counsel that she's seeking in that regard as well. Or she may have problems with her menstrual period. Again, periods too frequent, periods too heavy, periods too painful. Okay? So we have a number of different complaints that are common. But the opportunity that we identify would generally be, again, education. Depending on what it is that she comes in to discuss with us, we always take the opportunity to discuss safe sexual practices. We always take the opportunity to discuss having a pap smear. All right? I don't know if you are aware of how many women in our community today who still may not know what a pap smear is. It is still something that is quite concerning for me as a gynecologist, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will also have the same experience as well. But we take the opportunity to educate about the importance of pap smears. Now, does anybody know, can someone just rise and explain to the rest of the audience what a pap smear is? Anyone? It's not as hard as making a PB&J sandwich. Anyone? Okay, when we scrape the womb, anybody else? Okay. Mhm. Okay, right. So together, please give them a round of applause. So essentially, the uterus is, let's think of a wine bottle, okay? And you know, we have the cork that sits on top of the bottle, and the cork projects into the neck of the bottle. The uterus is light bulb shaped, okay? Globular around at the top with a cylindrical bottom, okay? The long portion of the bottom is the cervix, it's the mouth of the womb, okay? Imagine using the light bulb as the cork and putting it into the neck of a wine bottle. So the portion of the uterus that sticks into the neck of the bottle is the cervix. The neck of the bottle would be the vagina, okay? I was looking around to see if I could create a vagina here, but I don't see anything that I could use. Yes. So I took a very, overseer, can you help me? Okay, so she's holding, this is the vagina, this is the top of the uterus, this is the cervix, or the mouth of the womb. It sits in the vagina, and when we do the pap smear, can you tilt it this way? Let's pretend that this isn't here. Okay, let's pretend that this isn't here, and this is the vagina. When we look into the passage, we see the cervix. Let's take it out. This is what we see. This is the mouth of the womb. And what we do is we run a small brush on the mouth of the womb. Scraping sounds painful, okay? But it is essentially what we do. But let's just use a gentle word. Let's just say we gently brush the surface of the cervix, okay? Thank you so much. She was an excellent vagina and uterus. Thank you so much. You can just put that right. So we gently brush the surface of the cervix, and when we do that, it removes cells from that area. Those cells are sent to the smart guys in the lab, and they examine those cells to see whether or not they're healthy. If the cells are healthy, it tells us that the rest of the cervix is healthy. If there's an abnormality in those cells, then we have to take a second look, okay? There is one good thing about cervical cancer. Can anyone tell me what that is? You believe it or not. One good thing. Two good things. Three good things. Four good things. It's very lazy and very slow, right? So you go through several years of precancerous change, which, as all of you have already said, are reversible or curable or treatable. And it takes perhaps 5 to 10 years in someone with a normal immune system to actually develop a cancer. So when your GPs and everyone else is saying you should do a pap smear every year, it's not because we're looking for cancer. It's because we're looking to see if there's anything that we could treat. So I encounter women by the dozens, and I've been in gynecology for almost afraid to say 30-something years. But women will always say, I'm afraid to do a pap smear because they may find cancer. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking to see if we could find precancerous change because we know we can treat it. All right, let's move on. Another nugget. Anybody knows what HPV is? Let's go. That's correct. Where are those candies? Can someone give her a candy, please? Okay, right. So HPV, the human papillomavirus, is a virus that may cause the cervix to change and the cells to become cancerous. But the changes take some time, and you transition through several different precancerous phases before the cervix becomes cancerous. HPV was identified several decades ago as the causative factor for cervical cancer, but not everybody who's HPV positive will develop cancer. After the age of 35, once we're doing your pap smears, we should also do an HPV test because it tells us what your risk is of perhaps being at high risk for cervical cancer, okay? I also want to add, now that we're able to test for HPV, we can decide who needs to have a pap smear every year and who may not necessarily have to have a pap smear every year. But the message that we share with you at the community level is that is a decision your doctor has to make, okay? We still say in community forums, see your doctor every year for an annual exam, which includes a pelvic exam, and depending on your cervical history, your doctor will decide and have a conversation with you and advise you how often you ought to have a pap smear. All right, so the message is ask for that pelvic evaluation every year and have a discussion with your gynecologist or your general practitioner as to whether or not you still need to have a pap on an annual basis. But this is important. What is important, the point is that you need to have had a normal cervical smear history up until that point. Are we, everybody clear? Perfect. Now, what I also want to say about HPV, the great news about HPV is what? Anybody? Sorry? Another candy, right? Especially if you're young, especially in the younger females. Anything else about HPV? Thank you very much. There's now a vaccine, and we've had a vaccine out there for quite some time. First, there was a vaccine. There are several different types of HPV, and some of them may not cause anything that is significant to occur. Some may cause warts on the fingers and toes and such. Some may cause warts on the genital area that may not necessarily be responsible for any cancers in females. Some may cause the cervical changes that cause cervical cancer. But years ago, the first HPV vaccine protected us against 2 types of HPV. And then they developed a vaccine that could protect us against 4 serotypes. And now there's a vaccine that could protect us against 9 types of HPV, especially the ones that are responsible for cervical cancer. Now, HPV vaccination program was launched by TCIG under the Ministry of Health. I think it's almost, is it 10 years? Maybe about, it was before the pandemic, so it's definitely at least 8 years. So definitely throughout all of the public schools, the HPV vaccine has been added to the immunization schedule for children, boys and girls, between the age of 9 and 12, okay? This is important because if we could vaccinate our young women in the preteen ages before they become sexually active and before they're exposed to any HPV infections, and if we can diagnose cervical cancer before it even develops, I'm sorry, that's not correct. If we can prevent cervical cancer from developing, then there's a good chance that we may be able to eliminate in a population the occurrence of cervical cancer. We may be able to eliminate it. So at the global level, there is now a movement towards the eradication of cervical cancer. And that is significant news. That's the biggest news in the gynecology world, to my medical colleagues. That's one of the biggest news, bits of news in the world of gynecology. The quest and the target for the ultimate elimination or eradication of cervical cancer. But it takes a lot of community education. Women like yourselves have to be knowledgeable about what your practices would have to be. Women and mothers like yourselves would have to be knowledgeable about what you would need to do for your children, okay? So when speaker comes in at the age of 20, if she's a young mother, we have this conversation with her to advise her about what practices she needs to ensure for her daughters, and we also inform her about her own cervical health and some of the things that she needs to do. So some of the other conditions that we speak on, including menstrual abnormalities, problems with uterine fibroids, pelvic pain, and that sort of thing. There's so many things that we can do in today's world. We have ultrasound evaluations. We may decide whether or not somebody needs to have a special medication, either taken orally, injectable, or even put in the uterus to help with heavy periods. So Wento cited a scripture before we started. Hello, my friend. But there's another scripture that speaks to the woman who had who bled for 12 years, but her faith was such that she knew that if she touched the hem of Jesus' garment, that she'd be healed. We don't have to wait for 12 years, okay, for that kind of healing. Many women struggle with complex issues related to menstrual challenges, and there are many different things that we could offer in today's world. We don't only have to speak about a hysterectomy or surgery, all right? So there are several other less invasive interventions that we could utilize. So speaker has had her, how many children has she had? Speaker has had her 3 children, and she's decided that she doesn't want to have any more. So she comes in to talk about, you know, some of the options that she has for ending her, as we say, her reproductive career. So depending on her age, certainly women before 40, after the age of 31, and we use 31 as a cutoff because the statistics show that women are less likely to regret having their tubes tied if you tie them after 31. So we discussed with her, you know, whether or not that would be an option for her. We discussed the coil. What are the other methods of contraception that are available? Oral contraceptive pills. What else? The shots, the injections, the IUD, and what else? What do we always forget as women? No, yeah. Abstinence, okay. What else? What else? There's one that women, I don't think that we forget it, but I think we just put it aside. No, we forget that. Well, what else do women just put aside and they never really consider? And I don't think that, I think that's a good reason, for good reason. What is it? That's the rhythm method. What? Morning after pill, that's failure recovery. But the morning after pill, it does exist, it does work, and it's effective. But it's not the best approach. Okay. Vasectomy. Vasectomy, okay? Now, this is what I say to Caribbean women. You may not be able to condition the mind of your Caribbean male partner for uptake of vasectomy. But if you are the mother of a son, it is your duty and responsibility to condition his mind. I'm not saying you should brainwash him, but you educate him and you make him knowledgeable about his responsibility. I have had women who have had some of the most complex and complicated pregnancies. Could you imagine being pregnant and having a pregnancy complicated by heart failure? And we struggle and we pray and we hold our breath that we could deliver you and baby safely and keep you alive. You have no business being pregnant again, right? And for whatever reason, you may not be a candidate for a tubal ligation. Okay, for some reasons, if you have, Dr. Merle could tell you, if you have a heart problem, you may not be a candidate for us to put a coil in. Or the steroids that are in the shots or the pills would be unsafe because you're hypertensive or whatever. The safest option for that family is a vasectomy. And we have had instances where husband would not be willing to undergo a vasectomy, okay? I'm not here to fight or to man bash or anything, but all that I'm saying is to recognize that as a mother, okay, you educate your sons to be knowledgeable, first of all, to be understanding, and just to be aware that they are also a part of this situation, okay? All right, so speaker has had her children, she's had her tubal ligation, and she's in her 40s, and she comes in because she's having some heavy menstrual periods. We do an evaluation, we realize that she has uterine fibroids. We find, as I said earlier, a simple solution, and we were able to manage those symptoms for her, and she's comfortable that she won't need a hysterectomy or anything major. But the opportunity now exists for us to speak to her about what to expect in the next decade, the transition into the menopausal years, okay? So she's now 40. We're looking at her family history, her risk factors for things like, everybody's wearing pink, cancer, right? We would have already been doing the surveillance on the cervix from the younger years, but now that she's 40, or even if she's not yet 40, and she's in her 30s and she has a family history of breast cancer that's very strong, we may decide to begin breast cancer screening at a lot earlier in age, right? But she's now 40, she's low risk for breast cancer, so we now advise her. We ensure that she knows how to do what? Breast self-exam. Can someone demonstrate a self-exam for me, please? Come on, let's go. No, that was a mistake. When is the best time to do a breast self-exam? That's weird. That's not when. Did you have that written down? Okay, but that's the best place, in the shower. Why? Everything, all of the above. And you have soap and water, and you lessen the friction so your hands could glide more easily over the surface, okay? Well, when is the best time? Just after the period. Why? That's right. It's not as uncomfortable, okay? And what are you looking for? What are you feeling for? What else? Skin abnormalities, is there skin changes? Is the skin thickened? Does it start to look like the skin of an orange? Is there an indentation? Do the nipples now point in a direction that they hadn't pointed in before, right? Is there a nipple discharge? You can raise your hands above your head, put them on your hips, lean forward, because when you do so, and the breasts move in a particular direction, if there's a lump beneath the skin that's not visible, and it's tethered to the skin. When you do those maneuvers, they may actually become pronounced, and they may be revealed at that time. All right? So you take advantage of the opportunity to educate speaker that this is something that she ought to be doing. Generally we would say on a monthly basis after each period, but in reality, most women would probably do it maybe 4 or 5 times a year, but even that is a good thing, all right? Depending on her family history, again, you begin to look at other cancer risks. Is there a history of colon cancer or any other significant problems? Is there a history of other conditions? And Dr. Merle will speak to those. And you take advantage of the opportunity to speak about healthy behaviors and healthy practices. And then as she transitions into her late 40s, early 50s, she comes in and she speaks about some of the challenges that she's having. And you recognize that she may be transitioning into the, exactly, she's still having a period, so we call it the perimenopause, okay? But your conversation, your engagement is focused on giving her the support and the guidance and the knowledge that she would need to transition through those years. Can we just jump a few slides forward, please? Is he still there? So all of you in here look way too young to be menopausal. Right. So, but for those of you who may have some information, can you list some of the symptoms of the menopausal years? Hot flashes. What else? Brain fog. What else? Just not feeling good. What else? Okay. What else? Mood swings, insomnia, irregular periods. Okay. What else? What about down below? Vaginal dryness, okay? Problems with urination, maybe bladder infections a little bit more frequently, escape of urine, loss of urine with just a very hearty laugh or a good, just keep going until I tell you to stop. Yeah. Keep going until I say to stop. Yeah. Right. A hearty laugh on a full bladder may result in the loss of urine. Right. Right. Okay, thanks. Okay, so these are some of the complaints that women would have in the menopausal years. We speak to you not only from a general standpoint. Again, Dr. Merle will speak more about lifestyle in women, healthy lifestyles in women, but from a gynecological perspective, we want you to be aware of some of the things that we could do for you that may help you to transit the menopausal years, with a lot less distress. So we want to hear from you if you're having these issues. Now, everyone may not necessarily have the same experience as she transits through the menopausal or the perimenopausal and the menopausal phase. But some women do have extreme symptoms of all of those, maybe some or maybe all of those things that we listed together. So for the woman who has excessive hot flashes to the point where it becomes a social inconvenience, we could review your situation. We may want to look for other things. Are we sure that this is only related to the menopause? Is this related to thyroid dysfunction? Because we would need to evaluate your thyroid function just to see whether or not this is really the situation. There's so many women who may feel that they're going through the menopause or through the perimenopausal phase of life and may attribute a lot of their symptoms, and a lot of the things that we just listed are some of the symptoms that women may experience with thyroid disease. So in the early 40s, we begin to actually look at thyroid function at your annual physical, just to be sure that we're not overlooking something. So don't just assume that if you're having these symptoms, not being able to sleep at night, being miserable, moody, anxiety, all of these things, depression, real. Depression is real and a lot more common than we do realize as women. So we evaluate you for all of these things, and if there's anything that needs specific attention, then we focus on those things. So extreme hot flashes to the point where they are a social inconvenience, we may want to look at some therapy for that. If we are noticing that there's vaginal dryness, we recommend a water-based lubricant that can actually make the experience of the encounter less traumatic, and in so doing may not necessarily become an aversive experience. If there's problems with urinary leakage, we discuss some of the interventions that we can undertake together to see whether or not that is of benefit. All right, with mood swings, memory loss, focusing on the spiritual aspect of health, relaxation, remembering to take downtime, remembering to take advantage of a free massage when you have it, okay? These are things that are important and an important part of self-maintenance. So I wanted to specifically go through the 3 phases of life, not only to highlight the common problems that are common in each of the phases. From your perspective, for some of you who would have, moved through all of the phases, or may have had friends who would have had problems specific to those phases, what we have shared is not new to you. But as physicians and clinicians, we also want to share with you that we take advantage of the opportunity at each engagement that we have with you to say to you, this is what you should expect in the next 10 years. Perhaps we should make a plan to do this. As you're moving through this phase and you begin to move to the next phase, then we need to plan, what would be best for you, okay? So those were a few of the things that I thought would be extremely important to share with you this morning. But what I'll do at this point is to just ask you to, is this the time for Q&A or should we do it after? Okay. If there are any questions or queries that you may have, I'd be quite happy to answer before we move on to the next speaker.
I would like to know what time the menopause start.
You mean the symptoms?
Yeah.
All right, so the menopause by definition is the cessation of the period. Okay, so once we've had no periods for a period of a year, then we say you're menopausal. So, but the symptoms, okay. So the symptoms, even after we have not had periods for a year or even more, some women will continue to have hot flashes, mood swings, irritability, insomnia. And, for the most part, what the research has shown is that into the late 70s, the majority of women would no longer have, early to late mid-70s would no longer have symptoms. But we do have some women, and I was at a gynecology conference in May, and they said there's some women who just never continue, who never stop and continue having hot flashes. And they call them super flashes, but they're in the minority. But into the 70s, by the mid to late 70s, most women would no longer have symptoms. Some women have no symptoms at all.
My question is, how can you now tell the difference, seeing that I was diagnosed with thyroid, and the complications was they were saying that I was going through menopause, but I wasn't going through menopause, it was thyroid. Now, I'm at a certain age now, and is acting the same way, like, no, I don't want to believe that. So basically, when does menopause actually start?
Well, the perimenopause is a transition,
Okay.
right? And the majority of women begin to transition after the age of 45. Okay, so we do have women who may stop having a period before 45. We define, and they may be either persons who have a premature menopause, okay, or those may be women whose ovaries are impacted by other conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So you may have conditions that, some of the autoimmune conditions, and the autoimmune conditions, let me just give an example. Lupus is an autoimmune condition where our own antibodies would fight against our own natural tissue. So you may have some women who have autoimmune conditions that impact their ovarian function, and ovaries no longer function as they should. You may also have women who may have had surgery and their ovaries may have been removed, or if their uteruses were removed. And we find that women who have had a hysterectomy, they would become menopausal on the average 2 years earlier even if they still have their ovaries, they may not see a period, but they still have the hormones present, so they don't feel menopausal. But those women, after having had a hysterectomy, they would become menopausal 2 years earlier than they normally would have. Or you have women who may have had a cancer, and their ovaries were removed, and they're surgically menopausal. You may have had women who may have had another cancer, and they underwent radiation therapy, and that stopped the ovaries from working, so they may also become menopausal. That's the long answer, but what you want to know is, how does one tell whether or not she's menopausal if she's had another condition as well?
Yeah, am I menopausal now? I don't know.
So in consultation with someone like you, we would ask a few questions about the cycle, you know, when did you have a period last, whatever. We'd understand what went on with the thyroid. But there's a blood test that we can do. It's called an FSH test. And we have to do it at least 2 tests a few weeks apart. And if that level is high, and it's always high, then we can say, my dear, congratulations, you're now menopausal. Yeah. Yes, dear.
I was asking, how long did it take you to become a gynecologist?
Very long. I'm still learning. I think that's the most important thing that I need to say. On the average, it takes about 11 years to become a specialist, okay? But, you know, I think it's important to say that as technology evolves, right, you have to relearn. So I mentioned earlier, I was at a conference this year. I went to a conference in Minnesota, and everything is changing, you know, and you have to just stay abreast of what is happening. But that's a very good question. We could talk about it privately. Thank you. Oh, okay. They need to talk.
What age do you have to be to start getting a pap smear?
20.
20?
Oh, okay. Stuck.
Does it matter if you're sexually active or not to get a pap smear?
That's always an interesting question, because we know that cervical cancer is caused by HPV, and that's sexually transmitted, okay? But there's a very, very small percentage of cancers, and it's very uncommon, that can be caused by just natural mutation of the cells. So this is a conversation. In today's world, we no longer dictate to the patient, you must. We don't do that anymore, or we shouldn't. We would say to the patient, look, this is what the science shows, right? And if you're not sexually active, then maybe we can discuss it again next year. If you prefer not to, maybe we can discuss it again next year. The next question is, when should you stop? Because you've had a normal smear history all your life. You're 65, you're 70, should you continue? And previously, as a body of gynecologists worldwide, we would say, okay, after 65, she doesn't need a pap anymore. But at a cervical conference I went to last year, they said, we find that we have a small subset of women who may, let's say after they're widows, their longtime husband, who was a safe sexual partner, has gone home to glory. And she met another nice gentleman in the church, and they, you know, would have started a new relationship, marriage, whatnot, and the other. This is a new risk, right? So right. Right. So each case on its own merit. Yes. Yes.
I have a question, and you touched on it a bit, and it has to do with fibroids. Now, is it really true that fibroids are more common in Black women? And
Yes.
why is that?
We don't know.
We don't know.
In women of color.
In women of color.
Yes.
Okay.
But in women of color, we have stronger collagen, right? So we wrinkle less, we have less of a risk of vaginal uterine prolapse, right? And vaginal uterine prolapse is when we have weakening of the walls of the vagina, and the vagina descends and the uterus descends and can sometimes even slip out. So we have less of a risk of that. So it may all be related to our collagen. So thank you so much for the questions. It's been a pleasure.
Come on, let's put our hands together one more time for Dr. Perry for that presentation on women's health. Knowledge is power. So it's important to be informed and intentional about your health practices. Take charge of your health. Get screened, get vaccinated, stay educated. Family planning and reproductive health awareness. Dr. Perry also touched on that. Empowerment begins with knowledge, communication, and informed choices for both women and men. Menopausal years, she touched on. Regular checkups, balanced nutrition, physical activity, and emotional support can make this transition smoother. The menopausal years are a time of wisdom, renewal, and strength. Embrace them with grace, knowing that you are stepping into another beautiful chapter of womanhood, one filled with experience, resilience, and power. Let's put our hands together one more time for Dr. Dawn Perry Ewing. So right now we're going to take a break so that you can get some healthy, very healthy snacks. And then we have a healthy drink, some beets juice. Okay? So we have, it's all about health today. It's all about health. So you're not going to get full and feel luggy. You're going to feel good, wanting for more and wanting to take charge of your health. Okay? So we're just waiting for them to set up in the back, and we're going to take a break, and then we'll be back with our next presenter, which will be Dr. Marcella Malcolm. Are y'all ready for the next presentation? Y'all don't want a break? Y'all ready for the next presentation? Okay, we can move forward into the next presentation. But hold on, let me just get my notes. I thought y'all was a little snacky. But since you're not, we're going to move into our next presenter. And as I bring our presenters on, I want to bring them on with the scriptures, just connecting the Bible to health. Okay? Psalms 127:3 says, "Lo, children are an inheritance of the Lord. Children are God's precious gift, reminding us to protect, nurture, and care for their health and growth with love and responsibility." Let's welcome Dr. Marcella Malcolm as she speaks on children's health.
Thank you, Ms. Owenta Colby. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Healing Waters family for inviting me. And if you don't mind, I want to take off my shoes, because we know each other well here, and so we can take off our shoes. Yeah. So I'm not going to speak on a general topic, many topics. I'm just going to speak on one topic in particular that is a huge topic in society globally, and it's obesity and childhood. My goal today is to help you understand what pediatric obesity is, why it matters, and what we can do as parents and guardians to promote healthier lives for our children. So what is pediatric obesity? It is characterized by an excess amount of body, I hate to use this word, but I'm going to use it, fat, that can negatively impact a child's health. We usually assess it based on the relationship between weight and height, which provides an estimate of body fat, the F word. I know you've heard of BMI, which is body mass index, and it's widely accepted by clinicians and everyone to measure overweight and obesity in children ages 2 years and over. I won't go into the specifics of BMI, but obesity is classified by the severity of BMI, class 1, class 2, class 3 being the most severe, okay, for obesity. For kids younger than 2 years, we use other indices, including weight for height, and we plot them on growth charts, okay? Now, how common is obesity in childhood? Here are some stats. Globally, about 1 in 5, and that's a lot, 1 in 5, age 5 to 19 are overweight or obese. And in the US alone, nearly 1 in 6 children aged 2 to 19 are affected by overweight or obesity. So it's a global epidemic, meaning it's an outbreak that affects large populations. Over the past decades, its prevalence has increased dramatically, affecting children from all backgrounds. Among school-age children, and these are US stats, between 6 and 11 years, the prevalence increased from 6.5% in the 1970s and the 1980s to 19%, 6.5 to 19% in 2015 and 2018. In adolescents, it has increased from 5% to 20%. That's huge, and the numbers continue to rise. Worldwide, overweight and obesity in children have generally increased across the range of resource-abundant and resource-limited countries. But get this, it has plateaued in some countries like Australia and France, and the rates are decreasing in Germany and Switzerland and Spain and Canada. For preschool children in New Zealand and Australia and England and in Germany. Why these countries? I don't know. I assume their government has implemented preventative programs to help combat this chronic disease, and it is a disease, obesity, and it has serious healthcare complications, implications. Why should we be concerned? Children who are overweight can face immediate challenges like social stigma and low confidence. For example, I met with my pharmacist yesterday. She brought her 6-year-old to the clinic. And I'm not a pediatrician, I'm a general practitioner, but I have special interest in pediatrics. I love pediatrics. I do have a clinic solely and wholly for children, and we have a pediatrician. So she brought her child in to be seen, and she put on so much weight. But I'm so subconscious of using that FAT word. I said, wow, she got so big. And I did like this so she can think I mean tall. But her mom was like, I'm happy you didn't use that word because she's so self-conscious because she did put on weight over the past few months. And her mom has been teasing her, telling her, oh, you look so fat, you fat this, but teasing her. So she said, Mommy, don't call me fat, please. Don't call me fat. This little 6-year-old told her mother this. So it is a social stigma, and it does cause low confidence, and those are immediate challenges. But more concerning are the long-term health challenges and risk, including chronic diseases that we usually see in adults, like insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, reproductive issues like PCOS, and mental health issues. We are seeing these diseases in our teenagers. We had a pediatric endocrinologist who came in this week, and she presented on diabetes, type 1 and type 2 in children. And she said that the youngest child that she's seen with type 2 diabetes was 6 years old. And she continued on with her presentation, but I was baffled. It was mind-blowing. I said, okay, I asked another question. Why 6? What was the risk factors? Or what was the primary risk factor? And she said that the parents were feeding the child a lot. The child was huge. The child was obese. So that brings me here again. Obesity is a huge risk factor for diabetes, high blood pressure, stress, depression, and all sorts of diseases. I can go on. But speaking of risk factors, there are many: genetics, environmental risk factors, behavior, sleep deprivation, and we like to blame it on genetics a lot, right? If you see a fat child with fat parents, or obese child with obese parents, we say, oh, she big because her parents big. And that's not entirely true. Yes, family history just does play a role, but guess what? Genetics is tied to the environmental factors. For example, if my parents were obese and I was a slim child, I have the gene to be obese. Some of us have the gene to be obese. That gene isn't activated unless I am lazy, unless I'm not exercising, if I have poor eating habits, that sort of thing. Then the gene will be activated. So obese kids or slim kids don't have to be obese just because mommy and daddy are obese. It all has to do with our environmental risk factors, which is what I just said. Sedentary lifestyles, coming home from school, sitting down, watching TV, or going on the iPad, sitting down for hours, snacking while we're watching it, that sort of thing. Eating unhealthy foods like junk food, behavioral patterns, eating unhealthy foods late at night, that sort of thing. Another thing is sleep deprivation, and most of us don't know this. How does sleep deprivation cause obesity, or why is it a risk factor? There's a hormone in our bodies called ghrelin and another one called leptin. Ghrelin, and I call that the greedy hormone. Ghrelin stimulates your appetite and causes you to feel hungry if we don't sleep. So if we're depriving ourselves from sleep, and it goes for children, then ghrelin will be secreted and tell our bodies, okay, hungry, go eat. Same thing with leptin. Leptin is another hormone. If we're depriving our bodies from sleep, or depriving our children from sleep, and they're staying up and we're not telling them to go to sleep at a certain time, leptin won't be secreted. Leptin is a hormone that decreases our appetite. Okay? Also, it slows down metabolism. When we don't sleep, our metabolism slows down, and it can cause increased cravings for high caloric, sugary foods like ice cream and candy. So let's put our kids to bed early, okay? Now, other environments and habits that contribute to obesity, in summary, excessive screen time, poor diet, inadequate sleep, those are the common culprits. Recognizing the signs of obesity. What are some signs? Anyone? Or weight gain. What do you look at when you see a child and you think, oh, my child might be overweight? Their neck might be dark, and I don't know if you've seen that before. They start to put on weight around their abdomen. What else? Their face starts to get chunky. We look for things like that. If you're concerned about your child's weight or their emotional well-being, you can consult with me or my pediatrician or a family practice. And don't be ashamed to take your child and get some help, because then they can be referred to a nutritionist, okay? So when do you seek help? If your child's BMI is in the obese range, which is a BMI of greater than 30 or at above the 95th percentile, or if you're simply worried about their health, don't hesitate to seek medical advice, okay? prevention and management. It starts at home. Encourage balanced meals and active play. Make healthy choices fun and family-oriented. If you are the adults, what you purchase from the supermarket, that's what your children eat. So if you go and purchase a lot of junk food, cheese doodles, and all that stuff, you're eating it too, your child, you are the role model. Your child, they will eat it too. And it's in the fridge. They will go and grab whatever's in your fridge. So we want to make healthy choices for our families, which includes ourselves and our children. We want to eat more fruits, veggies, lean proteins, whole grains. We want to limit the sugary stuff, sugary drinks and fast food. Thank God we don't have fast food here in Provo. Because as soon as I go to Miami, I like to go to Burger King. But I don't eat burgers while I'm here. Physical activity, at least 60 minutes of active play daily. We like to encourage parents to get our kids into extracurricular activities, do an extracurricular activity every day. Football on this day, volleyball on this day, baseball on that, something active. And if you can't afford extracurricular activities like most of us, go outside and play for 2 hours. Physical activity for at least 2 hours. Some people say 60 minutes, and I saw that somewhere, but I say 2 hours. FIFA football, if you have boys, they have extracurricular. You can enroll your child in football from the age of 3 years old. They're accepting boys. For girls, gymnastics, something. Or just go outside and play, like I said earlier. That's very important instead of sitting down in the house on your tablet. All right? And the most important thing, limit screen time to 2 hours. If your child is younger, if you have a toddler, then 1 hour a day. When we were small, we didn't have screens. What did we do? Think about what you did and incorporate that with your kids. Play outside. I played with my Barbie dolls. We had a lot of Barbies. The whole neighborhood came to our house to play Barbies in Grand Park. Family's role in healthy habits. Your behavior influences your child's habits. You are the role model. By adopting healthy routines as a family, you set your child up for success. Create a supportive environment. Set realistic but achievable goals. You don't have to be perfect. You can have cheat days. That's okay. Healthcare providers can guide your child's nutritional and activity plans. We have a nutritionist in the Ministry of Health, Miss Lakeisha Wilson. She's a nutritionist, right? She sees you for free. So go there, have a talk with her, or call the Ministry of Health and set an appointment with her. She can teach you how to count your calories, because it's important to count your calories, or count your carbohydrates. She can teach you how to read labels. And once, when people start to read labels, they think it's, they don't want to go through they think it's cumbersome. But once you do it every day, it becomes habit. Oh, this is how many sugars. She can teach you all of that. Do regular checkups. In the pediatric field, we see children at least, or babies or infants, at least 8 times in their first year of life. At 1, 2, 3 months, then at 6, 9 months, 12 months, 15 months, 18 months. And that is to check on their growth and development outside of looking for other stuff. And it's important to do that because we can advise you. Healthcare providers can guide your child's nutritional and activity plans, okay? Nutritional counseling, and we can also refer to specialists if needed. All right, so in conclusion, addressing childhood obesity requires a team effort, us physicians, the nutritionists, you as parents, and the whole family. Early prevention is key. Family involvement makes a huge difference, and you seek help when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marcella, for that great presentation on children's obesity. Wait, I did write your topic down. Hold on. Childhood obesity and why it matters. Did you enjoy that presentation? Do we have any questions? Any questions for? Yes, we have a question. Get the mic.
My apologies. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I was going to ask about the leptin hormone, right? It causes obesity, or is
No.
it just
It
an
does
issue?
not-
It doesn't cause it,
No,
right?
it doesn't cause obesity.
Okay, because my son, he doesn't like to eat, if I can put it that way. Most of the time, he gets so hungry, and instead of him asking for food, I have to ask him, like, are you hungry? Then he'll be like, yes, I am. But for him to admit that he's hungry, or he will just say, not really, I just have a craving for something. But he can't really say that I am hungry, you know, and it's a big problem. And then I just learned something new about this leptin hormone, because he doesn't really rest during the day. He wakes up early, goes to school, come back home. You will beg him to go take a nap, even if it's for 5 minutes or so, but he will not. So I want to believe that he has a high level of that hormone. I don't know. So do I need to see a nutritionist for that, or is it a pediatrician that I need to see?
How old is your child?
8.
8.
Yes.
Okay. We know that most boys, they have a lot of energy on a whole. They are completely different than girls most times. And we can't blame it on leptin all the time. You can't, and they're picky eaters too. My son and daughter, they only eat oodles and noodles, grits and egg, and fruits. They love fruits because they're sugary. That's it. I can't get them to eat anything else. And my son is 3 years old. And so you want to introduce him to foods every day. You said he only wants to, he has cravings. Most children are like that. And he's craving the sweet sugary stuff, the carbohydrates, the cheese, but he doesn't like cheese. What is he craving? Well, it depends on what he's craving too.
Yes.
You may need to see a nutritionist, or what the pediatrician would say is he will grow out of it. But you have to implement good habits. You have to make it habitual. You have to introduce him to healthy foods. I try. But you have to be persistent. It has to be repetitive. So give him something healthy every day. 1 fruit a day. Start with 1 fruit a day. Does he like fruits?
Selective, like maybe, what fruit does he even like?
Give
he
him-
would eat grapes. Like,
Give him grapes every day.
Yeah.
Introduce him to another fruit once a week, and give him that every day to try to get him out of
That habit.
craving the junk food. And you can try feeding him before he becomes hungry. You know at these certain hours he will be hungry.
Yeah.
Feed him an hour before he starts to have the cravings. And you can also give him snacks, healthy snacks. Breakfast snack, lunch snack, but healthy snacks.
Thank you.
And see a nutritionist. I can give you Miss Wilson's number.
When does fast metabolism like stop? At what age?
Boy. When does fast metabolism stop? For me, I feel like it stopped already. But it depends on the individual. For someone who exercises a lot, they may have a fast metabolism. My mom, she has a fast metabolism. She is 67 because she exercises. 3 days a week, she does CrossFit. CrossFit is a type of exercise where you lift weights. It incorporates a lot of different things. I have a slow metabolism because I don't exercise and, you know, so it depends on the individual. Younger people have fast metabolism, right? Yes, younger people, they have fast metabolism. So as you get older, I would encourage you to start exercising. And if any of my colleagues want to add to the answer, any tips? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So I used to do gymnastics, and I stopped for a couple of years for some issues.
Okay.
And I was wondering of beginning again, but then that was postponed because I broke my leg earlier in the year. So I want to join back, but I'm wondering if it's gonna affect my growth because I'm going into my teenage years.
You're wondering if restarting gymnastics would affect your growth
Yes.
because of the injury you had in the past?
Yeah. No, because I did it when I was younger,
Okay.
and I'm gonna start it again when I'm older, and I'm wondering if it's gonna affect any growth that's coming,
What type of growth?
like physical growth.
Physical growth? No.
Height,
Gymnastics.
weight.
Gymnastics will strengthen you. It will make you flexible. It will strengthen you.
Okay.
Okay. So you can start. I hope the injury won't affect the sport though. That's my concern. But it doesn't look so. You're moving around and walking nicely.
You have a question, Mom? No? Okay, I have a question. It's a general question. So, how do doctors educate parents about scoliosis? I totally missed it in my daughter, and I know I had a very busy lifestyle when she was young, and I really never took her to the doctor for regular checkups. She was a very healthy child. So I realized though, and I felt very unaware, because I think if they were, when I took her to the consultant, he actually lectures at UWI, and he says that they teach the doctors to measure and look for it. As I said, usually I rushed her to the doctor. She gets her normal pediatric visits, but any other thing, if she's sniffling, I called the doctor and, rush through, grab the prescription and all of that. But I felt that there was not enough education, and, it caused me to not be aware. When I saw her when she was a little lean, I was telling her her bag was too heavy, and I would just literally take out her books out her bag because I saw it. I saw it happening. It wasn't, thankfully, the curve is in a direction that doesn't really disfigure her the way scoliosis can, but it's a very bad curve that she had. By the time I discovered it, I was like really bowled over. But how do we intensify awareness? Because it's pretty common. And I missed it. I missed it when she went into high school. I kept on cursing her again, like, why do you carry this heavy bag? I had no idea that she was developing scoliosis. Yeah.
I would say and this is why you take your child to the doctor annually and the first year of life so many times, and it's always because the doctor may have, the doctor missed it in your case, right?
Because I really just took her for, when her shots finished and she didn't really need to go back, she really, thankfully, was a very healthy child. So it's only if and I'm always a doctor in my head, so I see a rash on her hand, and I figure out what it is, call the doctor, somebody drop her there, doctor look at it quickly, and all of that. So to be very honest, I know my lifestyle impacted it, and I don't want to just blame it on the doctor. I never took her and sit down and talk to the doctor the way probably I should have at that time.
If a scoliosis is very mild, it can be missed by the doctor. at, at the GP visit and the pediatric visit, we strip you down to your underwear, the kids, so that we can examine the kids' skin, we can examine for lumps and bumps, we examine for everything, anything that is dysmorphic, that sort of thing. And a scoliosis that's very mild can be missed. So I don't want to blame the doctor or point fingers at the doctor, but it's also important for the parent to say, I noticed this. Is this scoliosis? What is this? So you voice your concerns and you ask questions. And then the doctor would proceed from there. Okay, this is what you do. You wear your brace, or you wear your brace for so many weeks, months, and if it's severe, we will have to take you have to see the surgeon. We're going to refer you, therapy, what have you.
You know, though, my biggest concern was that I didn't think there was an awareness around it. So even though I know scoliosis, I saw scoliosis as those children who were bent, you know, and so scoliosis did not come to my mind at all. I didn't even think it was an illness. As I said to you, I really thought she was lean because she was always carrying a heavy bag from early. So I felt very unaware. I didn't believe the health ministry, understanding how common it is now, did enough to, and I needed to have taken the time to sit and breathe and, you know, spend time with her at the doctor, but I honestly didn't because she was a healthy child. So I would only take her if there's a need. I really missed it 100%. I had no idea that I should have visited a doctor or a specialist to find out what was happening.
I'm so sorry you missed it. I'm so sorry the doctor missed it as well. But I don't know if it's as common. I haven't seen a scoliosis case in a while, probably 2 years ago, but I see adults and children. I don't know if the pediatrician would have seen, and I can ask more cases of scoliosis, or if they do see more cases of scoliosis. Dr. Perry?
I agree with Dr. Marcella. If the cases are very mild, then, you know, they can be missed both at home as well as with the physician. I understand the point that you're making about awareness. And in some societies where there are resources for stronger school health programs, then a school nurse who would have been conducting a more focused evaluation would also play a key role, right? There are so many pediatric disorders and so many things that we could draw awareness to. But I think that, you know, as we grow as a community, you know, hearing from someone as yourself in a forum like this would condition any future awareness programs that we would create. And I think advocating for, we do have a school health program, but it's under-resourced. And, you know, weaving all of these into future programs would be essential. I just had a question, just try not to put you on the spot, but I had a friend of mine, and just reflecting on what our colleague shared earlier about her son and not having an appetite. I had a friend of mine who said that whenever she was broke and couldn't afford groceries, she would take her kids off vitamins. Is it myth or fact? Do vitamins open the appetite?
But you know, Haitian vitamins? I don't know. There's a Haitian vitamin. I don't know. It's in Creole. I don't know if there are any Haitians in here. When the kids take that, it opens their appetite. So I don't know if it's myth or fact. I thought it was myth, but when these kids take this Haitian vitamin, and I've never read the box, but I believe it could be proline, lysine, I don't know. the B complex. So is it?
No, I was just saying, because the question was, what about some of those vitamins that seems to open up the appetite? Because I certainly have heard it as well. But elderly patients, because I don't see pediatric patients generally, but elderly patients certainly seem to swear by the fact that B-complex multivitamins definitely opens up the appetite. Almost
Okay.
without fail, actually.
Okay. Yes. And I believe that's right. When I'm thinking of the pathway now, the B-complex vitamins, because it increases your metabolism, B12, B3, B2. Okay.
All right.
There you
Good
go.
afternoon, everyone. I really do appreciate Miss Gloria's question because, her comment and her question, because I have two seemingly healthy children. So with that being said, outside of the stage of their life where they have their vaccine appointments, how often would you recommend a pediatric checkup so that we don't miss things along the way if there is an awareness of whatever it is that may be going on that we are not aware of?
At those same vaccine appointments. The first year of life, it's recommended to visit the pediatrician the first 3 months, first month, second month, third month of life, and then at 6 months, and then at 9 months, and then again at 12 months when the child turns 1, 15 months, 18 months, and then at the age of 2, and then annually, because the first 2 years of life is very crucial.
Right.
The child is developing, you can catch things very easily. They do their blood tests at the age of 12 months. You catch things,
Right.
and you can manage things.
So after 2 years, once every year.
Once every
Even
year.
if they look perfectly fine, we get that scheduled.
Yeah,
All right,
you
thank
get
you.
them checked out because you see things differently than the pediatrician or the family medicine practitioner.
Okay, so I piggyback on Miss Gora's comment because I lived with sclerosis because that was missed my parents, and what was being said is because my school bag was too heavy. My daddy used to say that. He said, "Oh, you carry those big bags, so they tend to," and we had to walk to school, so I had to be walking with those big bags. But I truly believe there's not much awareness about it, because in Jamaica, where we're from, I don't recall. And at the time when I found out that I have it, I was too old for a surgery, even for me to start wearing the braces. So I had to do my own research, and I educated myself and understood that, and I said, you know what? I'm not feeling no pain. Every now and again I would, but it is not as I get older, it's not as bad, because in my probably say 20 years ago, I'd have to sit with a directory in Jamaica. We know it was very thick book, so I'll put it in the middle of my back for comfort. So I have to be mindful how I sit, because sometimes there's pain, but I monitor it because I told myself I'm going to live with it. I'm not going to do any surgery because it would have been too risky. But I do believe it's a missed disease where persons just say, oh, your back too heavy, or you're walking too lean, or you're bad posture, but it is real. Because my daddy, I remember once he said to me, hit my back, this big old bag you wear it, and they themselves don't know. It comes with pain, and I find my way of easing the pain. I don't take medication. I just put a cushion, or it's most a hard book, a big book. I just put it in the back and sit and continue living. So it's a missed disease, and I think needs more awareness.
I will admit, I do believe we need to make more persons aware of scoliosis. And I think because it's not common, it's not something that we see commonly, and that's the reason why. But thank you for sharing that with us. I will remind the pediatrician, please look at that spine, touch that spine. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doc, if there's no more questions. So, right now, you ready, Dr. Clark? Okay. So we're going to have Dr. Clark to come. But before she comes, my scripture, I heard somebody say it. You guys know the routine now. Proverbs 31:17 says, "She girded her loins with strength and strengthened her arms. A woman who takes care of her body and mind is empowered to fulfill her God-given purpose." Put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Clark to do her presentation.
Good morning, everybody. I just think, just to add to what Doc said about scoliosis, it's not very common. And of course, if it affects you, it is a big deal to you. Not to say that it's not a big deal to us, but I think even in medical school, in our training, no matter where you train, you would do it, say, when you're doing physical exam. You learn to do physical exams, you're looking at that, you're looking for that. But most cases are actually very mild. In as much as it's not the most prevalent thing, it probably is not like what I'm going to talk about, or cervical cancer, which causes many, many complications. Most times, it would be a parent who points it out to the doctor, especially in a mild case. So a very severe case would be very obvious, or moderate to severe case would be very obvious. So there would be perhaps a place, as Dr. Perry said, for more sensitization, now that you have sensitized us, that we're not talking about it enough. Because the truth is, I don't know when last I thought of scoliosis. And also perhaps in medical school from the very beginning, with students in medical school, to sensitize them, maybe talk about it a little more, that if this is something that individuals in our communities are talking about as affecting them, then our medical students need to know, because that's where it starts. What we learn in medical school at the end of the day is what we're going to focus on. There's no medical student who does not know diabetes and who does not know hypertension, who does not know cancer, because those are the things that are sort of pushed the most. That's what you see the most in terms of pathologies. But we can always do better. As Dr. Perry said, we're always learning, and we've learned something here today, that we need to focus on scoliosis because it is a problem. So, diabetes. I think it's safe to say that everybody here has heard the word diabetes. As a kidney specialist, there's no day that goes by that I don't see patients with diabetes. The reason for that is that diabetes is the leading cause of kidney disease. The leading cause, not just here, in St. Lucia, where I'm from, and all over the world. Diabetes, the simplest way we could describe diabetes is a dysregulation. Your body's not metabolizing glucose well. So you have high levels of sugar or glucose in the blood, which that should not be. The reason that happens, basically two broad reasons that happens, and we're going to sort of be simplifying it in as much as we can, is if you do not produce insulin, or you don't produce enough insulin, which is a hormone which the role of insulin essentially is to get the sugar inside the cell where you need it, or if there's resistance to insulin. We categorize diabetes in different ways, but a broad way to, the broad categorization in essence that most people know would be type 1 and type 2, insulin dependent and non-insulin dependent. In a medical context, there are other categories, maturity of onset diabetes of the young, there's gestational diabetes that we see in our pregnant women, but what we see most of the time would be type 2 diabetes. And type 2 diabetes are non-insulin dependent. So in type 2, you are producing insulin. Your pancreas is fine. Your pancreas is producing insulin, but the insulin is not working as effectively as it should. If insulin is working as it should, and if we are helping insulin do what it should do, then that sugar is going inside the cell. So when you do your blood sugar, it's not very high, which is the problem in diabetes. Those blood sugars are too high, and that is what is causing all the problems that we'll mention which is why diabetes is so important. Because if it was simply an issue of my blood sugar is high, so I'm sweet, then I'm good. The problem is those high blood sugars cause complications, and many very complex complications, complications which cost countries, which cost healthcare budgets, which cost everything. So money that would go to education, to building roads, to so many different things that has to go to treating the complications of diabetes, which are preventable. So type 1 diabetes, if we're not going to focus as much on type 1 diabetes, is not as prevalent as type 2. 90% of cases of diabetes are type 2 or non-insulin dependent, which is more lifestyle related. Type 1 would be the insulin dependent. So we tend to see those that more in younger children. So our pediatricians and our physicians who see younger children would be seeing more type 1 diabetes than we adult physicians do. And in that case, what you have is an autoimmune disorder. And autoimmune always means the body is fighting itself, essentially. So whereas in, say, COVID, everybody knows COVID, I have a virus causing the problem. I could have a bacteria causing a pneumonia. In any autoimmune, whenever we hear that word, such as lupus, the problem is with the body. The body is fighting itself in the simplest terms. So in type 1 diabetes, what you have is an autoimmune process where some cells in the pancreas are destroyed, and the job of those cells is to produce insulin. So you don't have insulin being produced, or you have very little insulin being produced, so you don't have insulin doing what it's supposed to do, so the sugars remain high. So those children, or in some cases some adults, require insulin. There's no using just lifestyle and exercise or tablets. You need insulin because you're not making it. Type 2 diabetes, which is way more common than type 1 diabetes, is the one that we could do way more about. So to go back a little to type 1, we're not quite sure what causes it. There are different theories as to who might be more predisposed to it, because the truth is children could get type 1 diabetes as early as 2 months and 1 year, so very early. And it's not an easy process, not for the child, not for the parent, because just try to imagine having to do blood sugars for your child or having to give your child insulin. It's not exactly easy. But type 2, we can do a lot more about, and it's what's causing most of the problems in our healthcare system. So if you look at any cardiologist, any nephrologist, those people will tell you diabetes is a problem, because we are seeing the end stage a lot of the time of what diabetes can do. But there's a lot we can do about diabetes, and that's why diabetes sensitization is, so to not belittle at all scoliosis, but scoliosis is absolutely a problem, and if you're having the pain and if you have the deformity, it's a problem for you. But the reality is, with diabetes, we're looking at, in some populations, 15% of the population having a disease which can cause so many complications, that the cost of treating the complications of diabetes is the cost of the economies of some countries, to be honest. So when you look at the US population, again, I'll go back to kidney disease a lot, dialysis. Most patients on dialysis, or most patients in kidney clinics, are there as a consequence of diabetes. Generally not very good control of your diabetes. In the US, with a very, well, when you look at millions of people, with a population of, I think about 0.2% or 0.02, I can't quite remember, percent of the population has end-stage kidney disease or kidney disease requiring dialysis or transplant, that sort of thing. But they're using 2% of their healthcare budget on dialysis. 2% of the US's healthcare budget is many billions of dollars. And as you could well imagine, the economy of a lot of our islands here in the Caribbean is not even that. So when you're using that amount of money on something which is potentially preventable, or preventable in many, many cases, you understand why there always has to be a focus on trying to prevent it or controlling or managing it better. So the signs and symptoms of diabetes. In medicine, we call hypertension the silent killer. And there's a reason for that. You get many complications, strokes and heart attacks, and a series of things that can happen because of hypertension without ever knowing that you were hypertensive. So there's no way of knowing that somebody has high blood pressure unless we check the blood pressure. And that is why it's important to check your blood pressures. If you have a family history of hypertension, you need to check more often. If you don't, at least once a year, when you do your wellness check and you do your basic labs, your blood works, your urine testing, very important. I always say if we doctors forget, I call myself a P doctor, nephrologist, that's what we do. Urine, we look at urine, what's going on there. So if your doctor has forgotten, we need to remind them, doc, I would like to have my urine tested as well, because anything that's going on with the kidneys, it will show in the urine. So hypertension is called a silent killer, because it will cause your blood pressures will be very high, and especially in us black people, what you find is we won't feel anything. So there are people who will say, oh, I have headaches and my neck feels stiff and that sort of thing, but the average person actually don't. So we have patients coming into hospital with a stroke, and that is when the hypertension is being diagnosed, because it was never checked before. But I digress a little with hypertension, and the reason I do that is because most patients with that, you find they come together a lot of the time. And that in part is because the complications, especially kidney disease, caused by diabetes, tend to lead to high blood pressure. But diabetes sometimes can be silent as well. It is not always silent, but it can be. But what are some of the symptoms that somebody has diabetes? So in many cases, we see diabetes in patients who are overweight. So again, going to Doc's point, so if our children are overweight, if we are overweight and obese, then our risk of diabetes is higher, because what you tend to have is resistance to insulin. So whereas in the type 1 patient, you don't have insulin or you don't have enough, in the type 2 patient, you are producing insulin, but because of resistance, there's too much fat around our organs, then the insulin is not doing effectively what it's supposed to do, and those blood sugars go up. So obesity is a problem. Obesity by itself is a disease, and obesity leads to a lot of other chronic conditions, one of the principal ones being diabetes. So if we're going to talk about diabetes, one of the first things we have to ensure that we talk about is controlling our weight and maintaining a normal, healthy weight. So that's one of the first things. Some of the symptoms that patients could have, before I even go to the symptoms, I'd like to mention what actually happens in real life. So as a kidney specialist, most patients that I get would be patients with, of course, kidney disease. And almost without fail, the patient tells me, I've never been sick. I've never been sick. And most of those patients are coming in very late in the kidney disease process. What happened is that you had no symptoms, but you were clearly sick. Because if you get into a nephrologist, if you've been referred to a nephrologist, generally the problem is advanced enough that there's been a problem for a while. Just so we understand the context, diabetes doesn't cause problems for the kidneys generally. In medicine, 1-on-1 is not always true, but normally you need at least 7 to 10 years before diabetes even begins to affect the kidneys. So when somebody has kidney disease and they come in with, say, stage 3, and we'll not talk about kidney disease today, at another point we'll be back, and we'll talk about kidney disease, but by the time somebody has stage 3 kidney disease, who's normally the person getting to the kidney specialist, that person probably has had diabetes for well over 10 years. Because remember, to start, you're looking at 7 to 10 years. And then for it to progress to stage 3, you're looking at another couple of years. So when you come in and you say, I've never been sick and I've always been well, something has been happening silently. So that is the importance of doing our yearly checks. Some of the symptoms diabetes could have, excessive urinating. You feel thirsty all the time. You're eating a lot, but you're also losing weight, which sort of seems odd if we say normally we have patients who are obese, who are diabetic, but it's not always the case. So weight loss, which is not congruent with the amount the person is eating, feeling thirsty all the time, urinating all the time, odd itching, getting multiple infections, for example, urinary tract infections or yeast infections. If as a female you're getting repeated yeast infections, yes, you may have to see Dr. Perry to try to figure out what is going on. Is it that you had an infection and your partner wasn't treated and you're reinfecting? Or is it that your blood sugars are out of control and that is what is leading you to have all those yeast infections? So there are signs that we may miss, but diabetes can have signs. Most of the time it actually is not silent, we just miss the signs. So if a diagnosis of diabetes is made, and it's fairly simple, any third-year medical student could make a diagnosis of diabetes. What we're looking at is the blood sugars and the level of the blood sugars. So a blood sugar, and I don't know if anybody here has ever done a blood sugar, hopefully we all have, that we measure what I say, the big numbers and the small numbers. So if when I wake up in the morning, I have a blood sugar of 7 before I eat anything, a blood sugar of 7 in the small numbers, or 126 in the big numbers, that is diagnostic. Normally we do it twice, more than once. That is diagnostic of diabetes. If you have not eaten, your blood sugar should not be that high. If at any point during the day, whether or not I've eaten, I have a blood sugar of more than 200, and more than 11 in the small numbers. So to go from the small to the big, we just multiply by 18. My blood sugar is more than 200. That is normally diagnostic of diabetes. There's always a test, also a test that we do in patients with A1, called the A1C. And what your A1C gives us is an idea of your blood sugar control over a 3-month period. So an A1C of more than 6.5 is considered diabetes because it should not be that high. What that tells us is your average blood sugar for 3 months has been higher than it should be. So that normally needs treatment. And treatment does not necessarily need medication. I always feel the need to defend doctors because there are many people who think that we pill pushers and every doctor is trying to put you on medication. The opposite is actually true. The truth is we actually try to not put you on medication. Again, I go back to my role as a kidney specialist. There are times when I'm writing 12 different drugs for a patient. It hurts me. Nobody, because you always try to put yourself in that patient's shoes. And I wonder, at what time are you taking this one and that one and that one? It's a lot to take. That's the reality. Because sometimes just to have to take one medication, we forget to take it. So you have to put yourself, and that's what we want to try to prevent. I think when you've been on the other side and you see this patient who has to use insulin, plus multiple different tablets at multiple different types of the day, then you really start understanding even more than you did in medical school why we need to try to prevent those situations where I have a 30-year-old who has to take multiple medications before they go to work, when they come from work during the day, and that sort of thing. So we want to try to prevent that, and that's why it's so important that we talk about diabetes and we sensitize about diabetes so we all know as a population, every single person knows that it is important, it can cause complications, but it can also be prevented, and if not prevented, then it can be managed, because it can be managed. So if somebody is diagnosed with diabetes, the first thing, unless you come in with a complication, a major acute complication of diabetes, which normally is something called diabetic ketoacidosis, which is a very bad complication that we normally have to treat in an ICU setting. In those cases, the sugars are very, very, very high. You don't have enough insulin to try to even get those sugars down, so the body starts burning fat, essentially, and you develop what we call as ketone bodies, and that causes the blood to become very acidic. So right now we have a case of a 32-year-old in the HDU with exactly that, came in very severely ill, has to be on the ventilator right now. She came in August. The problem is, I suspect, the finances thing, did not purchase the medication and came back with a diabetic ketoacidosis again, very, very ill. We're hoping she'll make it. She does not have an HIP. I mean, it's a series of factors that just make it, because she's only 32 years old with 3 children, not speaking, unable to speak, just as sick as you possibly could be, is what we're facing right now with this young lady who came in on Thursday night. So, I mean, I was called for her at 1 a.m. On, was it Tuesday I was on call? On Tuesday night. We were still there at 7 a.m. trying to settle her between myself and anesthesia, tried to call out Dr. Castellanos because that's how ill she was. So that's what diabetes can do. And that's it. She probably has an infection with the diabetes. The infection probably made it worse. And that's where we're at. But it is not something to be played with. But the truth is, with the medication, in her case, she needed medication because in the first place, she came in. Because remember, we quote in figures, we consider you diabetic if you have a fasting blood sugar of 126 or 7. She's coming in blood sugars over 700. So understand where we are at when this is left uncontrolled, untreated. So somebody like her would need medication. So you don't, not everybody does need medication. In some patients, as we said, if we diet and exercise, get our weight down, we can control diabetes. But some patients do need medication. Apart from the type 1s that we said absolutely need insulin, in our type 2s, some patients need medication. We normally start with metformin. Unless, as I said, they come in with one of those emergencies, DKA, that we normally would start with insulin, and maybe down the line see how we could get control with some tablets, which most people would prefer if we can use them. So important if you have diabetes that we get control. Your A1C, we expect it to be less than 6.5 or less than 7 now. For you to be 6.5 now in type 2, less than 7 in terms of an A1C. And every person with diabetes who comes to me, again, Dr. Perry mentioned the number of us who don't know what a pap smear is or have never done a pap smear. We see patients with diabetes who don't know what an A1C is. And I tell that patients with diabetes, the same way you know your age, you should know your last A1C. Because it's a simple number to remember. My last A1C was that, so I know where I am in terms of my control. So your A1C actually does even better than your individual blood sugars in that you have to, a blood sugar is what it is now. 2 hours later, it may be different. 1 hour later, it may be different. But your A1C gives you an idea of your control over 3 months. So if you're living with diabetes, it's important that you know what your A1C is. So have a conversation with your doctor. So it's not just that the doctor is sitting there talking to me and I'm not asking any questions. I always say if you can't have a conversation with your doctor, we're doing something wrong. Something is wrong with the relationship that we need to better it. So you need to be able to ask those questions. You need to be able to ask what my A1C is, because unless we have that A1C under control, unless your diabetes is under control, we are going to develop complications. Who does diabetes like to play with? Your eyes. The leading cause of blindness is diabetes in adults. Your kidneys, especially in us black people, the leading cause of kidney disease is diabetes. You see amputations. In the Caribbean region, we have a high rate of amputations, and that generally, except when you look at trauma and that sort of thing, many cases of those patients who end up losing their legs is because of diabetes. And why does that happen a lot of the time? Because I don't know. I can't say again, I don't see a lot of patients with diabetic foot ulcers in St. Lucia, in here, but in St. Lucia, patients think doctors like to cut off your foot. What it takes for a doctor to cut off your foot, the amount of discussion and trauma and thinking, is there anything else we could do? I think it would be good if patients could see the amount of everybody has to be on board. Let's see what else we could do before a decision is made to amputate. Because you understand, when you amputate, what happens to that patient who may be the main breadwinner in the family, and a series of things have to be taken into account. But there are times it's simply a question, do I take the limb, or do we lose a limb or we lose a life? And it really is as simple as that, and that normally makes a decision for you. That if this is an infection which is going to spread, which we cannot take care of, we've tried our very best, we've used everything that we had, we've thrown everything at it, then the limb has to go. So those amputations, our patients on dialysis, our patients who, and I think what we want to understand is life expectancy with some of those complications. Again, kidney disease. The life expectancy of a patient with stage 5 kidney disease is worse than most cancers. There are many patients who defy the odds, and especially what we found with our patients in the Caribbean region, maybe because a lot of them are young, which is not in and of itself a good thing. We have too many young people on dialysis, but you're looking at on average 5 to 8 years is the actual life expectancy documented for patients with end-stage kidney disease. Unacceptable in something that in most cases we can prevent. So I think the takeaway from today, what I'd like to remember, and I'm not the most structured person in the world, so we can ask questions when we want to, is diabetes is very prevalent. Anywhere from 10 to 15% of most populations. Globally, it's about 10% of the global population. And we look at 10% of it. What's our population now? 8 million people? 10% of 8 million people, that's a lot of people. Diabetes is preventable in many cases. And if not preventable, it can be controlled with lifestyle modifications and or with medication. And diabetes can lead to many complications. Those complications are some of those that cost healthcare systems the most money. So of course the onus is on us, because whatever healthcare costs and the complications cost, at the end of the day, it affects all of us. It affects the individual, it affects families, it affects communities, it affects countries. So it is important that we all are aware of diabetes, what it may present as, what the complications are, and that we do our best to help do our part to prevent diabetes, be it for ourselves, in our family members, with our friends, or wherever it may be. That's it.
Okay, so I have several questions here. As you were speaking, I was writing down, because this is a very passionate topic for me, because I was diagnosed with diabetes. And as you can tell, I've lost a lot of weight, but I am controlling it. Thanks to my doctors at InterHealth Canada. I want you to know that they have some good doctors at InterHealth Canada. And I don't ever want you to think that you should not go to the hospital, because I was going to a private clinic and I said, you know, if something happens to me and they have to call the ambulance for me, they have to take me to the hospital, not the private clinic that I attend. So it's good for me to go to the hospital so that they can have my record and know that, okay, well, she's visited us several times, this is her condition, so they know what to treat me for. So if you have not been to the hospital, or let me say, if you do not go to the hospital regularly, do that. So they have your records and you would know. So they would know how to treat you when you get there. All right? Because if they call the ambulance and you fall out going into your house and your neighbor called the ambulance, they cannot say what happened to you. And the hospital does not have a record, so they're going to assume this is what's happening with you, okay? Until they find what really happened to you, all right? And you could end up dying, but the hospital will save you, okay? Because they have your records. I just thought to inject that. But doctor, my first question, what steps can one take to prevent diabetes if it's hereditary?
So we can't fight genetics, there is that. But I think, I can't remember who said it was Dr. Marcelo or Dr. Perry. There's genetics, but there's also the environment. So we may be genetically predisposed more than somebody else, perhaps because of a strong family history of diabetes. But if we ensure, for example, if I know I'm predisposed to it, my mother has it, my aunt has it, everybody in my family has it, the first thing I want to ensure, of course, is that I'm maintaining a healthy, balanced diet, keeping my weight in check, that I'm exercising, that I'm doing everything possible to keep diabetes at bay. That is really what we can do on our end, because we can't change our genes. The reality is sometimes inevitably, because you do see slim, very healthy people who have diabetes that is not necessarily type 1, then it's a question of continuing those lifestyle modifications, because then it does help you control it even though you have a diagnosis of diabetes. And there are many. Again, I'd like to say, contrary to popular belief, there are quite a few people who are controlled without any medication at all. That's important to know. A question of, if you do need medication, ensure that you're taking it and taking it as prescribed, that we keep those numbers under control. Another thing I like to say is, and it's important, I think, for members of the public to know, if medication is making you feel unwell, the onus is on you to let your physician know. Don't just continue taking it or do the opposite, just stop taking it altogether, because then the problem gets worse and we're not treating it. There are many options of medications that could be used, both for diabetes and hypertension, and most pathologies. The reality is most things, studies are being done all the time, we're learning all the time, so there are always alternatives. So don't just stop taking your medication, but don't continue taking it without telling somebody if it's making you feel unwell. So in the case of the drug that we use as first line normally in type 2 diabetes, especially in patients who are overweight, metformin. The reality is metformin a lot of the time could cause problems, vomiting, nausea, diarrhea. Some people grow out of it, but in some people it never stops. So our rule is normally you start low and you go slow. So we start on a low dose of metformin. But even that, in some people, the bellyache, and it doesn't go away. So we know we have to change the metformin. And it's not that we are so hardline that the guidelines say start with metformin, I'm going to keep you on the metformin. Not at all. We're not that cruel at all. Yes, so we can't always prevent it. A lot of the time we can if we maintain those healthy lifestyle choices. But when we can't, a question of medication and taking it as it should be taken.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for a great presentation, Doc. I think I've learned from both of my colleagues today, so another round of applause for both of them. I just wanted to add a bit more to Dr. Merle's response to Owenta's question about how can we, can we prevent diabetes. Women who are pregnant and diabetic in a pregnancy will have an infant, especially if that diabetes is uncontrolled during the pregnancy. The child of that, or the fruit of that pregnancy, that child has a higher risk of becoming diabetic. So if you're planning a pregnancy, and we could all lose a few pounds here or there, all of us, but if you're, and I'm not planning a pregnancy, but if you're planning a pregnancy, the recommendation we would give to you if you come to us for pre-conception evaluation is to lose a few pounds, because your risk of developing diabetes in the pregnancy is a lot lower. And that child has a lower risk of becoming diabetic in adulthood as well.
I'm glad Dr. Perry brought that up about pregnancy, because when I was pregnant, I had gestational diabetes. And I believe that was because the cravings that I had was tamarind preserve. So I had to eat that every day when I was pregnant.
Thank you for mentioning that, because women who have a tendency to become diabetic later in life will be unmasked during pregnancy. So if you do develop gestational diabetes, we would say to you, just be careful as you go forward in life. Healthy lifestyle is important because your risk of becoming diabetic. You have revealed your genetic tendency. Pregnancy does that.
This was not my original question, but since Owenta brought up her craving, do we have to respond to that craving when we do get it? And if not, can you recommend to us how we can control those cravings for a person who planned to be pregnant, not me?
You want to take that one? Oh, not to
because sometimes we are craving unhealthy things, and we're here to talk about being healthy. So please address that. And then I'll ask my original question.
Stretch marks and cravings are two of the things that we don't have a really good answer for. But I will say this. If you have a patient, and sometimes in medicine, you just have to resort to the answer that says to you, what is the best thing for this individual at this time? So if you have someone in the early stages of pregnancy, and sometimes you're just so sick that nothing stays down, you have zero appetite, there's nothing that you want to see or eat. And if you have that patient in front of you and she says to you, all I want is pizza, and you realize that she needs some sort of nutrition, she needs some calorie intake, then eat your pizza, okay? But at the same time, if you have cravings and you're not sick, I would usually say to the individual, if you have a craving for pizza, have a fruit first. And then after that, let's see how you feel. Maybe you would no longer have that craving, or if you have some of it, you'll be half full, so you'd probably eat less of the unhealthy item.
But how bad do those cravings get, though? I've never been pregnant, so I have no clue. How bad is a craving? Are they that bad?
Really? Oh. All right, I asked this question out of concern for my kidneys. I'm not a natural drinker of water. I understand the importance of consuming at least 8 glasses a day, and I try. But sometimes on a very busy day, I find that even when I'm leaving work, I'm like, shucks, and I'll guzzle down 1 bottle, and that will be my water, sad to say. However, I find that I'm more encouraged to drink water when I add the vitamins to it. I call them the fizzies, those that dissolve in the water. But I do question how healthy the fizzy is because it does taste sugary. So can you advise on the use of those dissolvable vitamin tablets that we are now adding to our water? Is it a healthy option to encourage the drinking of water, or is it defeating the purpose?
So I'm not very aware of the fizzies that we're adding to the, are you? Yeah?
The vitamin C dissolvable.
Okay, so that's been added to water a lot just to make it more, palatable?
Well, it's adding vitamins to our body, but it does make, it
And it's
does
sweet.
encourage the drink.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say the question, because off the top of my head, I can't say yay or nay in terms of the sugar content. So again, going back to reading our labels, what does it have in it? And then moderation, because vitamins, we won't say nay to vitamins in terms of adding vitamins to your water as such. The sugar content, I genuinely do not know. But yes, it is important. Consumption of water, at least 1.5. Because I know the energy drinks are fizzy and those are sweet.
Yeah, no, it does that, but I shared with Frederica yesterday, that she had it in a little packet. And she said, boy, I'm going to drink my vitamins. But I got us a little tubs. And to me, it was very, very, very sweet. So I didn't drink it. I had to, pour out some and fill back the bottle with water. So I think it's best that we read the content, but it was very, very sweet to me. Maybe it's because I'm diabetic, so I had to, so I had to add more water to it. But it did what it's supposed to do. It kept me up yesterday, but it was a little sweet.
No, I was just going to say beware the sugar content in juices, because sometimes we would choose juice as a beverage to accompany a meal or whatever, and the amount of sugar in juice or bottled juice is horrendous.
It really is.
Yes.
I think it's always when you go to a presentation and a nutritionist shows you, in terms of sugar, how much it is, you are really taken aback by it.
And I just wanted to say that 1 juice a day for our children. 1 juice a day. Let them choose the juice, but just 1 juice a day.
Praise the Lord. I don't know water, ma'am. What can I do for that? Sometimes maybe 2 bottles of water or 1. And I know that's not good for me. What can I do? Please.
So what can you do to encourage yourself to, how much are you drinking? But which bottle, which size bottle?
The regular water bottle.
So that's about a liter. The regular is what, 500 milliliters of water? 500, so that's about a liter. So that's not too bad. You can do a little better, but that's not too bad because it's not always a one-size-fits-all. So, for example, people with heart failure and that sort of thing, we would not be saying you should be drinking 1.5 liters of water in a day. But if somebody has kidney stones, we would say you should be drinking 3 liters of water in a day. So it all depends on the individual, what your activity is like, if you're out in the sun more, if you're at home more. 1 liter in the day is not too bad, but it can be better. Ideally 1.5, so go from 2 to 3. You can be good.
I can recommend solutions. I deliberately put at least 2 to 3 bottles on my desk. So I'd say keep some water close to you. Where you have a comfort spot in the house, keep it close. So once you see it, you'll be more prone to consuming it.
Some people use apps to remind them to actually drink water. Yeah.
But the challenge for some folks, especially if you're being managed for hypertension and you're on a water pill or something that makes you urinate, is that not just being in a comfort spot in the house, close to the water, also close to the restroom. Yeah. All right? So some people would deliberately withhold or avoid drinking excess amounts because it's just learning how to manage your intake during the course of the day. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm a night water drinker. No, from say about 4 up to the time I go to bed, I drink a lot of water. And I have water on my nightstand. Like if I turn over in the night and I feel like having a couple gulps, I do that. Does that compensate for not drinking water throughout the day?
When did you start doing it? Ideally, you want to be drinking water. So what's happening to you from 8 in the morning when you wake up until 4 in the afternoon?
I've been doing it. I mean, I travel with my water bottle and I take sips during the day, but not more than sips.
When the sun is out and it's hotter and you really should be drinking more.
Yeah.
Because that sounds to me like it's just a habit that you started forming and you just keep doing it now. But I would say ideally we do need to be consuming more because are you waking up very often to urinate as well? Not really?
I always tend to say I do it in my sleep, but in the bathroom. Because it doesn't keep me awake. I don't stay awake. But
Yeah. I mean, one could argue it's better than not drinking it at all, but I would say do make an effort to drink during the day as well when the sun is out and you're walking about and you probably need more water at that time. Your kidneys clearly are concentrating it well if you're not having to wake up several times a day. So what tends to happen to people who drink more at night, they do complain that I'm waking up every hour to urinate. Now, there are other things that we have to look at. If somebody is complaining of that, how are your kidneys concentrating that? Does that person have a urinary tract infection, the prostate capacity, a series of things? But one of the things we do ask, every time you wake up, are you drinking? Now, is it that you sleep with your mouth open and your mouth is dry, and that's why you have to be drinking every time you wake up? So several things do have to be looked at, but ideally, you really should be drinking throughout the day.
I'll try.
Do try.
My question is, when do you recommend for a
5 stages. We stage it based on a number we calculate called your glomerular filtration rate. And that's based on some blood tests that you have to do, and we use that to calculate. So stage 1, 2, just so you understand, that number, that GFR, more than 90 would be normal, but urine, which is why we can't do without urine. But your urine will be abnormal. So if there's protein in your urine, a series of things that we look for, which is why it's so important to do your urine, even though all your numbers are perfectly normal, that means we have to say you at least have stage 1 kidney disease and start investigating why. Stage 2, the number is a little lower, anywhere between 60 and 89. Stage 3, 30 and 59. Stage 4, 15 and 29. And stage 5 is the person who is less than 15. So in the past, maybe up till about 12 years ago, anybody for glomerular filtration rate less than 15, especially if that person had diabetes, dialysis would be recommended. Now, we wait a bit longer. So generally, the broad way we say it, which is not exactly the truth, is if your kidneys are working about 8 to 10% of their capacity, that's when you start dialysis, because that person would probably have symptoms, because you're retaining lots of toxins, what the kidneys normally would be getting rid of. So what dialysis does essentially is get rid of that. The excess toxins, excess fluid, so those are patients who need dialysis. So it's actually a very small subset of the patients with kidney disease. So a very, very low glomerular filtration rate with the kidneys working at a very small percentage of their capacity. And we speak that with the UK. So there are different modalities, but normally it's for people with very late stage kidney disease. So we have way more people in the clinic than patients on dialysis.
Oh, okay. So when your urine is that gold, yellow, is that safe or?
I mean, the normal color of urine is generally straw-colored, and it could vary based on your water consumption. So if somebody's drinking more water, it tends to be more clear. If somebody is not drinking as much fluid, if you've been running and not drinking, it tends to be more concentrated. That's just the kidneys doing what they're supposed to do, essentially. What concerns me is if, for example, you're not drinking water and you're still urinating a lot, and it's very clear. That could give us an idea something is going on. If your urine looks very foamy, because urine will have bubbles if we urinate. But if you're urinating and your urine looks like it has a layer of foam on top of it, that's problematic. Okay. That usually means that there's protein in your urine, and that needs to be investigated.
Okay. What you tell the doctor not necessarily? Wait. Those fizzy vitamin C things, like even when you take vitamin C, your pee just be extra yellow.
Some medications can change.
So you have to bear that in mind. Don't take too much of that thing then. Yeah. Okay, one more question I want to ask. With dialysis, I have known of persons who were on dialysis. Some were on it for years. Do you all ever have success where people come off it, or they have to have a kidney transplant?
The person with end-stage kidney disease, the person with stage 5 kidney disease who starts dialysis has to stay on until they get a transplant.
Okay.
The patient who is on dialysis who can come off and not need a transplant is a different category of patient. That is a patient, for example, who does not have stage 5 kidney disease. That could be a patient, for example, that's normally what we call acute. So the patients who develop stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what we call chronic kidney disease.
Okay.
It's not reversing. Our aim is to try to prevent it from getting worse. That's why we see the patients in the clinic. Control the sugars, control the pressures, get rid of the protein, so it doesn't get worse. You don't go from stage 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. But there are patients who present very ill. So for example, the young lady I was describing earlier, her kidneys, because she's so sick, she's so dry, she's very dehydrated, a bad infection, her kidneys have taken a very a hit. So she has what we call acute kidney injury. So patients who have infections, our very ill patients in the ICUs and HDUs, patients who are severely dehydrated, those patients who have prostate problems, and you could have the kidney, the flow of urine being obstructed. All those patients could develop what we call acute kidney injury. As bad as it is, the good thing about acute is that it's potentially reversible. Now, in some of those patients, it may be so bad that you have to dialyze them. The potassium is very high, that it will cause their death. They're not urinating at all. and the kidneys have just shut down. But in some of those patients, you may need to dialyze them while their body heals, and those patients can come off dialysis. Sometimes after a week, sometimes after 2 weeks, sometimes after months. I've known the patients after a year, but they're able to come. But they did not have chronic kidney disease.
Okay, that's for the chronic.
That's for the acute could come off. The chronic generally doesn't come off.
All right, so they need to explain that when people go to the doctor. Because a lot of people, once they hear kidney, because then just about everybody that I knew who were gone, they went on dialysis and they came off after that. Yeah, so I understand now, and I mean, I'm thankful for what we've learned about the diabetes, that we can avoid going on to dialysis.
100%.
We can avoid a lot of things.
Absolutely.
And I believe a lot of it is our eating habit.
Hi, Doc. I have another awareness question, and it has to do with contrast when you have to do the diagnostic test. So I have had to deal with relatives with diabetes at a very high level that, you know, put them at about stage 3 kidney disease. And it was only after dealing with them that I realized the effect that contrast has on your kidney. And I know of someone whose father has died now. He was probably in his 79, 80s. And he developed kidney disease after he was getting treatment for a heart situation, but having done the diagnostic that required a contrast, they were now dealing with, so they were trying to do this diagnostic to fix his heart, and he died because of the end-stage kidney disease. And his daughter, who is highly educated, was not aware. There was no counseling or anything at all to speak to that. And I know I also have a relative, when I looked at his blood test, before he did that contrast, it was within the normal range, and it has never come back after that contrast. And nobody had any discussion or counseling to say you have other options or anything.
But how long ago was that? Because I would say we always, might I tell you, sometimes
and this
there's
is
more
Jamaica that both incidents took place.
Yeah.
So the one that with the older gentleman, it was not, it's probably 3 years ago, and he was treating his heart.
So I find it interesting. So what you're describing is sort of a complex case.
Yeah.
Because heart disease in and of itself is a huge risk factor for kidney disease.
Right.
So I can't stay here and say that the contrast was a problem as opposed to the heart being the problem, because so much so, there's something called cardiorenal syndrome, that if you have heart disease, you can develop kidney disease, and the same is true for kidney disease and the heart.
Right.
You're not incorrect in that there is something called contrast-induced nephropathy. So the use of contrast potentially, and that's the operative word here, potentially can cause acute kidney injury, or in somebody with kidney disease, it can worsen it. So somebody could have kidney disease, but something happens, and it worsens, so you say acute and chronic kidney disease. The issue is because when you talk about using contrast, they probably were doing a procedure to clear his coronaries. In medicine, it's always risk against benefit. Now, normally, and I find it odd, 3 years ago, he wasn't said because there are as many arguments between ourselves, nephrologists, and radiologists about using contrast, because we would say, I need to know if this person has a clot in the lung, so we need to do it with contrast. And the radiologist will say, but I am the one taking care of the kidneys. So that is how much. So I find it odd that that discussion was not had, because in many places now, you actually have to sign a consent form saying that you understand, and I dare say all our ED physicians and most cardiologists I know would explain to that patient that there is a risk. We're not saying that it absolutely will happen, but the risk is not zero at all. Because the risk is not very high, but it's not zero. But the truth is, in medicine, you have to know what you're treating. So say somebody comes, has kidney disease, but they come with symptoms, shortness of breath, and that sort of thing, and I need to know if they have a clot in the lung. I need to use contrast to know that, because if I don't treat that clot, and they do have one, it can kill them. So you have to weigh your risk and your benefit. So do I do the contrast CT, or do I not do it? We do have to do it most of the time. We just have to know that in patients, for example, patients on metformin, a patient who's coming in dehydrated, a patient who may have diabetes, for example, I want to ensure that I'm hydrating that patient well enough before they start mitigating risks. And medicine, a lot of the time, that's what it's about. I want to mitigate the risk of whatever it is that I know that I need to do. So the patient with heart disease, it could have been multiple or multifactorial, but I dare say we usually. So if the doctor did not explain that, I think that's unfortunate because, I mean, for almost as long as I've been doing medicine, we've been explaining that because it's been known that contrast can induce kidney injury.
She wasn't aware. The daughter was not aware at all. Is there an option for contrast? Like if you are high risk for, having that impact from doing it?
It depends on what needs to be done. There's some things you need the contrast. Because even when we're doing CT scans, there's CT scans that are done without contrast and CT scans with contrast. But what you use contrast for, a lot of it, there's some things you absolutely need it. But what you need is to get better definition of the imaging that you're looking at so you know exactly what you're treating. So what we do is lower the dose sometimes, so you use the minimum dose that's going to work, just like in medication. So in medicine, again, there are medications we know that could cause kidney injury. But when I'm weighing this person's life versus the risk of their kidney injury worsening, I have to go trying to save their life. And we may have to deal with the consequences of using that medication, but it's the reality. There are medications, some higher risk than others, which can cause damage to the kidneys. So it's sort of the same issue with the contrast.
I just wanted to make an adjustment to what Dr. Merle had said. We don't do 5 transplants a year. We have, as a United Kingdom Overseas Territory, access for the care of 5 extraordinary catastrophic cases per year. It's a very difficult process, but if they happen to be transplants, happen to be transplants. But the experience with transplants over here, especially kidney transplants, we find that we don't have willing donors.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's another thing that needs sensitization. It's the whole Caribbean, by the way. The idea that I can donate and be okay. Most of us are born with 2 kidneys, so we can donate to a family member and be perfectly fine. The multiple studies have been done showing, longevity or the lifespan of patients who've donated and patients who have not, and there really is no difference between donors and not. So that's another thing we do have to sensitize about organ donation. It's okay. Yeah. Because let's put it this way, the process that you have to go through to become an organ donor, you're tested so thoroughly that if anything is even remotely wrong, your organ isn't taken. If you have any risk of kidney disease yourself, it's not taken. So, if you're very well, in rare, it's not even so rare, it depends on the situation, but generally not at the top of the list for organ donation.
Can diabetes or certain medication that diabetics take contribute to hair loss?
To hair loss? Off the top of my head, I can't think of hair loss as a top. If it's there, I won't say no, but if it's there, it's way low down in the list of possible side effects of some of the drugs that we use for diabetes. And importantly, the question nobody's asked here, because people try to say the same medications we use for hypertension and diabetes can damage your kidneys. No. No. The hypertension and the diabetes is what is causing the damage to your kidneys. So there are medications that we use. In fact, the medications that we use, and we call them renoprotective, or they protect the kidneys, actually could cause changes in your, if you just look at the numbers without understanding what's going on, it could look like the person has kidney damage, but that's how the drugs work. So what we want to do is some of those medications, so anything that ends in pril, enalapril, ramipril, the TANs, losartan, candesartan, valsartan, those medications, when we start a patient on them, so if I have a patient who has diabetes and high blood pressure, which can happen often, and the reason that happens is if diabetes causes any damage to the kidneys, those damaged kidneys, because they regulate blood pressure, if they are not working as optimally as they should, then that could cause your blood pressures to go up. So normally what we want to do, not only control your blood pressures and your blood sugars, we want to reduce the pressure inside the kidney to protect them, because the high pressure inside the kidneys is causing damage. So when you start taking those medications, you find your glomerular filtration rate, which I spoke about, could go down. Now, if I know I started you on the medication, I could expect as much as a 30% drop in your glomerular filtration rate. More than that, I'm concerned. But I know I can't expect that. So if I have somebody with a normal glomerular filtration rate and I start them on one of those medications, I know when I see them 2 weeks later, I could expect a drop in that. So we know we have to keep an eye on that. So that does not mean that the kidneys are damaged. It means the medication is doing what you expect it to do. So I think metformin gets a very, very bad rap of people thinking that it causes damage to the kidneys. No. If somebody has late-stage kidney disease, then we normally stop metformin. The reason being the risk of something called metabolic acidosis is higher in those patients. So not because we think the metformin is causing damage to the kidneys, but because of how it works. If your kidneys aren't working as well as they should, then it could cause a different problem. So not because we think it's damaging the kidneys.
Just, sorry, Doc, can you just say a bit to our audience about the patient who believes that the patient who doesn't want to start hypertensive medication because they say they don't want to become addicted?
Right. I can't think of one drug that we use, and there are many. There are many classes of medications and many, many options of medications that we could use to control hypertension. I think the first thing we want to keep to the back of our minds is the possible complications of hypertension, very similar to diabetes. Your brain, your heart, your kidneys, your blood vessels, so they could cause those complications. And you want to stop or prevent those complications. So the medications that we're normally using, it's not a question of becoming addicted. It's an issue of most of the time when you have a chronic disease. The word chronic means it's not going away. We're trying to manage it. So if you have a chest infection, just so we differentiate between what a chronic disease is and what something acute is. If I have a pneumonia, I may take some antibiotics for 7 days, sometimes a bit longer. That goes away, that's it. I don't have to keep taking that medication. But in chronic diseases like diabetes, like hypertension, like lupus, you usually have to take medication for the rest of your life. So it's not that you can become addicted, very unlikely. I dare say almost zero chance of addiction. It's just a question that you need to continue taking the medication. Now, sometimes we adjust the medication. And because another thing patients say is, they're not checking the blood pressure because I'm taking my medication. Taking the medication does not necessarily mean that the pressures are controlled or the sugars are controlled. We have to keep checking. So sometimes the pressure is dropping and we have to reduce your dose of medication. But sometimes it's not controlled and we have to increase it. But the odds of addiction are practically zero. No, you don't get addicted to your medication. In the Caribbean, the bush.
The bush.
The bush.
Sometimes, you know, the people might say, come off of the pressure tablet and take some bush.
Yes.
Is bush good for it?
It's a problem in the whole Caribbean. And of course, the argument is all of us, when we were young, we got bush medication for colds and coughs and that sort of thing. So why are we trying to vilify the bush now? So it's not so much a question of vilifying the bush. It's a question of, have I personally seen patients with liver damage because of bush? Yes. Very bad liver failure. So it depends on the bush. So a lot of the bush we can't even pronounce. So what in medicine, the way you train is, if you can't dose it, you really shouldn't be prescribing it. Because if I'm going to use the bush, how much of the bush am I using? For how long am I using? It has not been studied. So I can't sit here or stand here and safely tell you, you could use the bush that I can't explain for 4 months and you should be okay. I simply don't know. What I know is that I could tell you the medications that could potentially, the risk of it damaging your kidneys, the medications that have been studied, those that we do know. The bush, I can't tell you that for a lot of them. That being said, the bush has been studied a lot more now. In fact, there are courses about different, especially because you know everybody's using turmeric now and cinnamon, things that we've been using, so those have been studied, and some of the more exotic bushes. But in every nephrology book or kidney medicine book, there is a chapter on bushes, especially some of those Chinese herbs that we can't pronounce because they can cause damage to your kidneys. There are those that can cause damage to your liver. So we never glibly say, yes, you can use the bush simply because we don't know sometimes what the bush can do.
So, Doc, I heard you spoke about amputation. And so if you get a patient and you've been seeing this patient for quite some time, and you've been speaking to them about, you know, how to protect themselves or how, you know, take the medication to get better and to avoid amputation. But now you've discovered that this patient did not follow the instructions and it's time to amputate the foot, whether it's the foot or the toe, and they refuse. When we get to that point where the patient refuses, is there any medication that you can tell them to continue to take to see if it will get better, or it doesn't get better and they end up passing away?
The issue with the amputation is normally you would amputate in a patient who has severe, what you call vascular disease, that you don't have blood flow there, or they have an ulcer which is so badly infected that, and what we call necrotic, so it's like black, and sometimes it's stinky, and sometimes it has maggots. So it could be that bad. So of course your treatment is antibiotics. Apart from trying to get the sugars under control, the antibiotics that are used specifically for that. It's only when all of that has failed that the amputation even becomes a consideration. Now, there are people who are coming in, and I've never seen that here, but the reality is you're coming in with a foot which is stinking up a whole hospital, which is black. There's not really much question. There's not much you could do about that. So in terms of, is there medication that if the person refuses, and in medicine, there's autonomy. We can't force anybody, if they have sound mind, to do what they don't want to do. So there are patients, it has happened, who said, no, nobody's cutting my foot. And those patients have died in some cases. That's the reality. The Cubans have this medication that they're having problems with now called Erbiprot, which they were having some success. Of course, that's with months and months and months on the ward, trying to treat those diabetic foot ulcers, which were just very, very bad, and trying to avoid amputation. So, I mean, medicine is always trying to avoid an amputation, but there are times really when there is nothing else that can be done, and if the foot is so far gone, or the toe is so far gone that it's practically falling off by itself already, then it just has to go. And that happens. There are people who come in, you don't have to use a scalpel or anything. I'm not a surgeon, but you've seen it, the toe falls off itself. So it's just a question of cleaning the area around it.
Any other questions?
For prevention, optimal control during the life of a diabetic, proper foot care, wearing the right shoes, being careful who does your pedicure if you're diabetic, very important. So with the best control, the blood vessels remain open, the healthy oxygenated blood gets to the toes, right? The arteries don't close with age, and then proper foot care, wearing the right fitting shoes, et cetera, helps to reduce the chances. And if you do get an injury on a toe, seeking care as early as possible, right? Just so that the doctors can jump on it, make sure you get the best care as early as possible. Very important.
When you're nowhere near needing an amputation, that can be managed.
If there'll be no more questions, let's put our hands together for Dr. Clark for that wonderful presentation. Now, just before we go into our last presentation, I would allow you to just take a short break just to get some healthy snacks, and then we'll come back for our last presentation. Okay, we'll be starting in 1 minute. I hope that you enjoyed your healthy snacks, especially that beet juice. If you would like to have a bottle, I'm taking orders for it. That was specially made for this function. But if you would like to order some beet juice, I can take orders for that. I want to say from this session alone, that individual that drank that much of water for the morning is already now to this amount for her bottle. So let's put our hands together for her. These sessions are so important. And, you know, as Ms. Gloria talked about bringing awareness, I think this is one way we can start to bring awareness so that persons understand different various health topics. And, you know, it starts in the church and then it filters out. So this is a very informative session on today. It is. Yes. Yes. It is. It's very good. So, I mean, so as we move to our last presenter, Scripture, Isaiah 54:13 says, "And all day thy children shall be taught of the Lord, and great shall be the peace of thy children." God promises peace and emotional stability to children who are raised under his guidance, a reminder of the importance of mental and behavioral health. Put our hands together as we welcome Ms. Kashana Garland to present.
Hello again, everyone. You missed me? All right, so yes, my name is Kishana Garland. I am recently a board-certified international behavioral therapist from the International Behavioral Analysis Organization, and I was recently certified as of May 21st, 2025. So as a behavioral therapist, I provide ABA therapy for kids with autism and for kids who may not have autism as well. So ABA therapy is an evidence-based therapeutic approach which is widely recognized for its effectiveness in improving communication, social, academic, and behavioral skills in children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. For instance, as an IBT, I help to reduce behaviors that are harmful and hinders a child's independence. I also will use certain principles, such as positive reinforcement, to encourage a child's behavior. For example, if I have a child who loves butterflies, right, and I want that child to be able to, be seated because that child has problems sitting down, right? So at first, what I would do, I would take that butterfly, right, and then I'll let them play with that butterfly for a little bit, and I'll engage with them, and then eventually, when it comes to like hard tasks, we will do that hard task, and then they will be rewarded with that butterfly, right, and that encourages them to do that behavior over and over again. Also I wanted to say that as a therapist who works with children with and without autism, I do a lot of learning through play, which helps develop cognitive skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, growing social and emotional intelligence through interaction, building physical abilities like motor skills and coordination. So what is autism? Autism spectrum disorder is a condition related to brain development that affects how people see others and socialize with them. This causes problems in their communication, getting along with others socially, and this condition includes limited repeated patterns of behaviors. So there are many ways that autism is diagnosed. Clinicians may use certain tools such as the ADOS assessment, which is the Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule. It is a semi-structured assessment involving play and conversation to observe a child or adult's social interaction, communication, play, and behaviors. Some clinicians may also use the CARS, which is the Childhood Autism Rating Scale. It assists clinicians in identifying and estimating the severity of autism in children over 2 years old. And other clinicians may use the DSM-5, which is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. The criteria is used to determine if a person meets the diagnostic definition of autism spectrum disorder. So some of the things that a child with autism may do, according to the healthychildren.org and the Autism Partnership Foundation, some children may have difficulties with social communication and interactions. So some things that they may do would be finding it hard to understand what others are thinking or feeling. Some may have anxiety in social situations or find it hard to make friends. One of the children that I have now, right, she has autism. She's 3 years old, so I am interacting with her a lot within the school, and I can say she's growing. At first, she wasn't as social, and anytime we're on the playground, right, I would tell the child, I'll say, okay, hold her hand. So now I'll physically prompt her by taking her hand, and I'll say, hold this child's hand, hold her hand, right? So that basically prepares her to hold that child's hand anytime they're in the playground. And then I'll sing like a song, and I'll say, ring around the playground, catch a bucket of flowers, petals, petals, we all fall down. And then she falls down with the rest of the kids. I'm in it too as well. And then eventually, now she's conditioned to just go into that playground, and then she just grabs the child's hands, right? So they become socially interacted. So another thing that a child with autism may do will be restrictive and repetitive behaviors and interests. A behavior that, now every kid with autism may have different behaviors that are displayed. Like one of the clients that I have, they would take like crayons and line them up, right? And they don't do anything with the crayons, they just line them up. They love seeing it line up. Now, if you go and interfere with that, she gets angry, you know, because you interrupted their pattern. So another thing would be becoming upset by minor changes. Kids with autism, they love routines. They don't like when their routines are disruptive. So another thing that a child with autism may have would be social differences, being much more or less sensitive to visual stimuli, sounds, smells, or touch than other people. They may also have unusual eating or sleeping habits. So other characteristics for a child with autism may be delayed language or motor skills, difficulty with executive functions like organization and planning, unusual mood or emotional reactions. So now there are 3 levels of autism. You have level 1, requiring support. Within level 1, the child may have trouble understanding and following social rules. They have rigid or inflexible behavior, some stress during transitions, and some may have benefit from therapy or life skills coaching. Now, level 2 is requiring substantial support. Atypical social behavior, like walking away mid-conversation, high interest in specific topics, noticeable distress when faced with change, and they may need school accommodations like reading, help, or social skills support. So now, level 3 is requiring very substantial support. This includes severe communication deficits, such as being non-speaking, repetitive behaviors like rocking or spinning, extreme distress when asked to switch tasks, and may need one-on-one time with education assistant and may cause argumentative and alternative communication. So there are many myths and facts about autism. Now with this, I'll get you guys interacted. So one thing I would say, okay, people tend to say people with autism can't live independent. Is that true or false? False? Perfect, thank God, because they can live independently. Another thing is mental health conditions are common in autistic people. Do you believe that? Yes? Okay, perfect. And autistic people are shy and introverted. Is that true? False? True? So it depends on the child. It depends on the child. And everyone is a little bit autistic. I hear that a lot. Is that true? That is false. That is false. That is very much so false. But that is very false because you cannot diagnose a person just because you see them display like a short characteristic. That's very much so false, and that's very insensitive. Autistic people stem in lots of ways. Is that true or false? True? Autistic people stems in lots of ways. Yeah, it's true. You may have a child, they may be making sounds such as la la la, or they may be rocking back and forth, or they may be flapping, tipping on the toes, or they may be putting like items in their mouth, and that's like a sensory thing that they're dealing with basically. And here's another one. Autistic people have different sensory needs. I mean, I technically just answered it, but yeah? Okay, perfect. Oh, last one. Many autistic people love routines. Great. Yes, they do. They love routines. I have a little girl that I'm working with in school. I have her on a specific routine. Like every minute, like there's so much things to do in school. Every minute in the morning, I give her like 10 minutes to, play, engage like in coloring and so on. And then I'll be like, okay, time to go to the potty. So I'm walking with her. So now basically in the beginning stages, I'm physically prompting her, because she don't know how to do it on her own. But eventually throughout time, I will remove some of those prompts. I distance myself so that she's able to be more independent. So when I can say the progress is so tremendous, as a therapist, it makes you want to cry because you can see where these kids come from, where they started to where they are now, and before, when she first started, she used to stare off into space. It was to the point where she didn't know her name. And now she's engaging even more. She's making more eye contact. She's smiling. She's laughing. And I love that. And there was one time I took her to the bathroom. I was like, okay, take down pants. She takes down her pants. I didn't even have to fully help her to take down her pants. Take down panty. Take down panty. Now I say, okay, that's it. Hold on. She takes her hand. She holds on. And then I'll sing like a song. It's like I'm the Black Miss Rachel at this point. So I'll be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I let it go again. And I'll sing that but like 3 times until she pees, basically. So when she's done, I say, okay, stand up. She stands up. And then I say, pull up pants, pull up pants, pull up panty, pull up panty. I say, flush. She flushes. Now, with kids with autism, sometimes you have to give them a little breaks because it is a lot on their minds. It's a lot of receptive skills. So I'll give her a little break, and then I'll be like, okay. Sometimes I didn't even have to tell her, okay, time to wash your hands. She just automatically goes to the soap, press the soap, and then she goes to the sink, And then I lift her up because she's so small. She's so small. I lift her up. I say, turn on water. She turns on the water. And then I start helping her. She washes her hands, sings the song and everything. So it's just those little things. It really helps, you know. And I love to see the growth with that. And then I can say from my experience with working with the kids, you get used to ignoring the behaviors, right? So you may have a child that is crying, screaming, kicking, rolling around. So the main thing to do, right, we would protect the child to make sure that they don't hurt themselves. But we have to get them to do the task that, we, place on them. So they can cry and scream, right? We're not hurting them, but they still will go and do that particular task. And once they do that task, they begin, we reward them. I had, I'm sharing experiences. I had a child, right? And the task was to fill the foam letters, fill the ABC foam letters, right? And the child was just screaming, he was crying, and all of a sudden, I'm just like right here, sitting down on the floor with him. I said, okay, I take the letter, put it in his hand, right? He takes the letter, and he's crying and screaming this whole time. He takes the letter, put it in my hand, and I say, okay, let's put it in, pat, 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 and this whole time, he's still doing the work and crying and screaming, and it's like, once we were done, I was like, yay, we did it. You filled the letters, you followed the instructions. And he looked at me, he was like, what? But it's like you still do the work, so we tend to ignore a lot of the behaviors, and the reason we do that and we push those kids is because we know the potential that they have, like the kid that I have at school, she knows I pushes her a lot. She knows how to talk. She knows how to say a lot of things. At this point, tell me, what 3-year-old knows the 12 months in a year, right? She knows it. All I have to do is I lift her up, because the months is like really high on the wall. I lift her up. I sing the song. I say January, February, March, and April, May, June, July, and August, September, October, November, December. These are the 12 months of the year. And now I'll sing that but like 3 times. And then I lift her up. I say, okay, where's October? She points. October. Where's September? She points. September. Where's January? Points. There's January. Now, where's December? Points. December, right? So it's like she picks up quickly, and I feel like the earlier you can get your child to do like ABA therapy, the better it is for them, and still, it is good to still do the ABA therapy, even though you didn't catch that the child had, autism at a younger age. One thing I could say is that being in this position has taught me a lot. It takes a lot of patience to deal with these children, and you can really see the growth. They're very smart. Like my little girl, right? She is able to unlock herself out of the bathroom compared to a child who doesn't have autism and that child was stuck in the bathroom. So it's like you cannot, when dealing with children with autism, you cannot judge and assume that they can't do a particular task. Because these kids are very smart. They learn differently. They experience sensory things differently than us. It's to a higher level, basically. You have people who are able to function in this world with autism. My cousin, she has autism. She has children. She's married. She's working as a nurse. You have a professor who has autism. He's in the UK and he's teaching children. So I would say my dream is, while being in this position and serving in Provo, is to have kids with autism feel more included within society, feel more included within the schools, And you cannot be afraid of them. You have to push them, give them their breaks, but still push them. Don't be afraid, because just because they learn differently doesn't mean that they don't know. You just have to, just like how I had you guys did the task analysis, sometimes you have to break things down into smaller teachable steps for them in order for them to get it, you know. So that I would say that it's a blessing. It's a major blessing. And how can we as a community how can we as a community advocate for those people? Like I say, make them feel more included, empower them to have control over their lives, ensure their rights are protected, and promote full participation in society. And educate yourself, you know. Me, I'm still learning. I do continuous CEUs, so I'm still learning. But it is, like I say, it is a blessing, and you can see the growth within these children. You really can. And I remember I had like a little child. He did not talk loudly. He has autism, right? And now, to see where he is, he's shouting. He's very loud. One moment when he came from his summer break, I was like, how was your day? How are you? And he was like, I said, I can't hear you. What? How was your day? He was like, it was great. It was really good. That's right. It was good, because when you come back in this session, you are not going backwards. We are going to continue pushing forward. We're going to grow, you know? So that, I would say, has been a major blessing for me while being in this position. I'm learning. I'm growing with these children. Every child learns differently. Right now we have this new client, and he's heavy on sensory. So it's like he's very smart. He sits next to you, and it's like you will squeeze his hand, and he loves the feeling of that. He loves that, and I can't wait to learn more about him. And it is a major blessing working in the schools. I would say I work at International. I don't work for them, but I work for the parent, basically. So I'm constantly with their child 24/7, 5 days out of the week, 6 hours. So the more ABA therapy, the better it is for that child compared to just 1 hour. So you have to think about that, you know. And I can understand, you know, funds can be challenging, which is okay, but you know, even if you do like 30 minutes or 1 hour as a parent doing ABA therapy, it's great when you as a parent can do a lot of the work at home, you know, because that child is consistent on that schedule. So it is a great blessing, I would say. And for anyone who may have a child with autism, or who have a child who has, you know, problem behaviors, you know, the Lord talks a lot about, you know, being compassionate, being patient, how he will renew your strength when you feel weak, when you get tired and weary. And I have like some scriptures here that can help motivate you guys to keep on pushing here. So John chapter 9, verse 23, it says, his disciples asked him, Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Neither this man nor his parents sinned, said Jesus, but this happened so that the works of God might be displayed in him. A lot of people tend to think that just because my child has autism, or just because my child has this sort of disability, it's a curse on them because this parent did this. No, it's not your fault that this child have a disability. Things happen, right? So what can you do as a parent? Be more compassionate, be more patient, and be more compassionate towards yourself, you know, because it is not your fault that this child is this way, you know. And you have Psalms 107, verse 13. They that cry to the Lord in their trouble, he saved them from their distress. The Lord will save you. The Lord will give you the knowledge, the wisdom in order to deal with this child, you know. And Isaiah 40, verse 31, but those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagle. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. Listen, I can't get tired when I'm dealing with these children. I can't get tired at all, especially if I know my goal. You know, the goal is to get this child to be more independent. When I tell you, when I first started, I mean, I'm still learning, right? So I had this child, right? She was working with us at the center, and I was stuck on this butterfly song for 3 months straight. Fly, 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 the butterfly in the meadows is flying high. in the gardens is flying low. Fly, 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 the butterfly. When I tell you, eventually, after those 3 months, when we had the report from the parents, and the parents was like, oh, the child is just automatically, we went to the playground, and I thought there was a butterfly somewhere, and she just started singing the song. And I was like, oh my gosh, she's singing the song. She knows, she's growing. So it's like the work that we do is really important, and you don't realize it's really, really important. And sometimes, for me, when I be seeing the progress, I can't get too excited, right? So I just have to get excited on the inside. Like the last time, I really wanted to cry when I was in my car. But because, depending on the child, each child is different, So if you get too excited, that child may not want to do the same thing that, that they did before. They might regress, basically. So it depends. Some children love when you smile. Some children love when you just, laugh, engage, give eye contact. So it's different for every child. Every child with autism functions differently. It's a blessing, like I say. And then you have 1 Corinthians chapter 14. Why I feel like I'm preaching. 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 4. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. Okay? So you have to be patient. You have to be kind towards these children. And it breaks my heart when you have people who become insensitive. Like, why would you, like, say, for instance, you had someone who called the child retarded. Like, why would you say something like that? That's very insensitive. It's it's really not a good thing to say, and I think it's important for all of us to be more educated, when it comes to dealing with children who have autism, because again, they learn differently. They're just because they learn differently doesn't mean that they're not human, And then you have Matthew 9:36. When he saw the crowds, he had compassion on them because they were harassed and helpless like sheep without shepherd. Jesus had compassion. So if we're trying to walk like Christ and be like Christ, we need to be more compassionate towards people. So for those who need support for those children, you can turn to the elephant rooms. I work there like during the afternoons after I'm done with school. Or you can get some government assistance. I know they have the SNAP Center, so you can find out more about that. And then you have the Hope Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization that helps, children with autism as well. Yeah.
Any questions?
It's more like a comment, though. So when you do all of those therapy with them, and they go home and they started practicing they do all of that, right? Mm-hmm. Because I'm, just thinking the one with the potty training and all that. What if she went home and started doing it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And she has. She just when she knows it's time to go to the potty, she just pulls down her pants. She pulls down her panty.
Okay.
And then sometimes she gets so excited she just want to flush before, and then you just have to block them and say, no, you have to go back here. And then you flush after, Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Sure.
All right. Commendations to you once again on your certification, and I enjoyed your presentation very much. All right, your presentation focused on children. I wondered where school was. You addressed that. Mm-hmm. And you also mentioned promoting inclusion.
Yes.
So for those high-functioning persons with autism who are in other schools, mm-hmm. is there any form of assistance or government-aided training to help teachers in those institutions be more proactive or accommodating to children who are on the spectrum? That's one. And secondly, where can we get tested for autism here in the Turks and Caicos? Because, again, you spoke about children, but we have adults also who maybe as in not diagnosed and would like to go and check themselves out. I heard that, trust me. So where can we get tested?
So far, unfortunately, I am the only international behavioral therapist that worked in the school. It's my first time working in the school, and like I say, it has been great. But I know right now we're still working on trying to get more people interested in doing ABA therapy. And if they are interested in going into schools, that would be great as well. Because I know that the schools can be crowded with so much children that it can be a lot on the teachers. And then, you have the teacher's aide. Some teacher's aide aren't knowledgeable in the areas of autism, so it can be challenging as well. But if you are interested, like I say, it's good to educate yourself, and I hope, God opens doors and opens a way for people who are compassionate about this journey and would like to become certified in being an ABA therapist. And if they are interested in going into schools, that would be great for them as well. It would be great for the child. Oh.
Do you work for parents for a specific child in the school? Or you work in the school with different kids?
No, okay, so what happened is that the parents, because they knew how much the child loved me and how much she started growing with me, we first started within the elephant rooms. And now eventually, because the child is starting school, the parent decided to say, okay, they can't find anyone else to deal with this child, and because I already have the relationship with that child, they said, okay, we need to do something. We need to hire her to come into the school. So I decided to make that sacrifice, go into the school, and help and assist her as much as I can.
With that child? With
that child specifically. But eventually my dream is to expand more. And to different schools.
Yes, please.
Yes. Because I know it is needed. I know it really is needed. And inclusion is important. When you have kids who have autism in schools, like regular schools, it's good for them, because not only does it help with their social skills, it just helps them to be more independent, prepares them for the real world. And I do pray that our island, our beautiful by nature island, is able to, have people with autism working in normal jobs without looking down on them and saying, oh, they can't do this. Open the door for them. They can work in governments. They can be teachers. They can go off and travel. We all have to, be more compassionate, be more patient, and if we as a country are trying to grow and be more like Christ, we need to embody the fruits of the Holy Spirit. We need to be able to, advocate for these people, advocate for these children, because they can do it.
Yes. The diagnosis.
Oh, the diagnosis portion, sorry. So far, I know one person, Maxia, she does the ADOS assessment for children with autism. And I know someone else, he is trying to get the training to do autism, the diagnosis for autism for adults as well. So it's in a working progress, We're getting there. Basically, we're getting there.
But to just piggyback off of what she said, the pediatricians, they can diagnose autism, but what they do, what ours do, we always refer to Dr. Malcolm. She works with Omnicare. We refer all our kids that we suspect is on the spectrum, because it's a spectrum. You can be mild or severe. We refer them to Dr. Malcolm, who's at Omnicare in Grace Bay. And she can diagnose and she can give the parents a plan. This is what you need to do. You need to see the behavioral therapist, the speech therapist, the occupational therapist, and she gives you a plan. Or you just see the occupational therapist in the speech, or you just see the speech in the behavioral. SNAP, or the government, the special needs, I can't remember the name of the department. No, not the association. It's a department in TCIG, special needs department, something. And SNAPS is under that umbrella, and Dr. Malcolm, she's in charge of the department. They recruit teams from the US that come to Turks and Caicos every 2 months or every 3 months, and the teams are made of therapists and of a clinical psychologist that assess for free. So the government, they do have this, and they come often. And I believe they do have, if not monthly, bi-monthly, they do workshops for teachers. They do workshops for teachers for all the schools. Yes, and the public schools have special needs teachers. These are teachers who are trained to deal with kids who are autistic. And so our government, they're doing great things. It's slow because we only have one behavioral therapist at SNAP Center, and she has a waiting list. We have one speech therapist in Provo. We have 2 speech therapists. I'm saying we because I'm a part of the community. There are 2 speech therapists in Grand Turk. That's not enough. There's one here. She has a waiting list. And the occupational therapist that they had just left. And so, yeah. But we're making progress. We have the special needs teachers. And some of the schools, not all of the primary schools, there's a special needs teacher at International that just came on board this year, right?
Yeah.
That's what the principal told me. I wasn't sure if they came, but they're on board. And I don't know if the other private schools have special needs, but we're getting there.
I know Richmond Hill does. They have a classroom.
They have a special needs classroom. Okay, that's awesome.
I have one question, and this question will be for Dr. Perry as a gynecologist. For women that are pregnant, can autism or any other be detected during pregnancy?
I thought you were going to ask me the Tylenol question. Yeah. No, it's unfortunately not a condition that could be diagnosed, in utero. It's not. And to speak directly to Tylenol, the American College of OBGYNs deliberately and specifically put out an advisory saying that there was no evidence that pointed to Tylenol as a causative effect or being strongly associated with the development of autism. What they did mention was that women would take Tylenol in pregnancy if they had a temperature. And there are several conditions or infections in pregnancy that could cause you to have a temperature. Now, whether or not those conditions could be caused, that's another, that's another conversation. But Tylenol in itself, no.
There clearly is an increase in diagnosis, and I know that is partly attributed to increased technology. But apart from the advancement in technology, what other factors may be causing this blow up of so many children?
There's no strong link to any specific thing, but there's so many things that have changed in the way that we live. We eat differently. earlier when you were talking about the fizzies, people probably never had fizzy drinks decades ago. People drink caffeinated Red Bull gives you wings, and Red Bull probably gives you other things, right? People drink all of these energy drinks. The foods that we eat are ultra, not just processed, but ultra high processed foods, right? We drink and eat and do things that we didn't do a generation, as much as a generation ago, or as much as a decade ago. So there's so many other things. We just, unfortunately, the answer will be found someday, I'm sure. But unfortunately, just listening to your presentation and what you shared, this is now important. It's here, how do we deal with it? And Dr. Malcolm could tell you the numbers are staggering. When you look at the numbers locally, they're staggering. So.
Can I pinpoint one thing, too? I know the numbers are staggering, and like I say, we need more people who are interested in this field as well. But one of my mottos is that quality is better than quantity, meaning giving quality service. Because when you give good quality service, that's when you can see the great improvement within the child. You don't just see one child, boom, boom, 1 hour, next child, boom, boom, 1 hour. But then it's like, okay, you're seeing all of these children, right? But how do you know if that child is carrying out those skills that you taught them? That's why I say we need more people who are interested in this field. We need to go out into schools. We need to, like I say, later on down the line, I know we still have more work to do, but quality is better than quantity. Yeah? So I spend a lot of quality time with my kids. So when I do that, I can see the great progress. I can see the girl is able to independently use the bathroom without me having to say, okay, do this, do that, right? So I think, like I say, that's really important. And it's not a money thing, okay? Because people tend to go into this for the wrong reasons. It's really not a money thing. Because it's only hurting the child. It's only hurting them. So that's my thing. Any other questions?
Okay, I don't really have a question. But
yeah.
We are thankful that we have people now to recognize autism. Yes. When I was coming up and I went to school, I am quite sure we had children in our class with autism and all kind of ism. And I remember when they had the retarded school. So they don't have the retarded school. You say don't call them retarded. But going back and thinking of some of the children who were retarded, they called retarded, and had them in that school, they wore uniform and everything. But some of them had a sound. They did things, and then all of a sudden, they were a little normal. So they just had them there, and they had teachers to teach them and things like that. But now we have the therapists, we have people who can diagnose it and say what is wrong. And back then, too, a lot of parents were embarrassed. They might have had the kidney specialist talked about the stages, the levels of the kidney. Dr. Perry spoke about levels, and I think Dr. Marcella. So they had levels in those cases, and so it looked like the child was normal. That I could remember parents saying, "Get you to stop that stupid sound," and the child will go in the corner. And they will do things like that. This, and when someone comes to the house, they'll say, well, what is this? I don't see this. Oh, this stupid boy. All he do all day is just, and it's so, and that same stupid boy could have been a doctor. But because of that problem, or they do things like, silly looking things, so you try to hide them, but we miss it. So now we have to get on to what's happening. And I feel like they should do something in the schools with the teachers, even when they do these scholarships. Don't just give a scholarship because she wants to go and teach. Okay, right now we have scholarship open for behavioral therapists. We badly need this. And even if you really want to be a teacher, you can go and be a teacher, but this course take 2 years. We would want you to do this also, because all you have right now is a bunch of people who are teachers, but they can't deliver. And some of the children are not all that bad that they have to go to they can go to a public school. But I came up with some children who had autism, and ain't nobody know now. Some of them, they got married, and their wife had to end up running from Yes, but no one could have diagnosed it. And, you pregnant. I was thinking the other day, say, Jesus, I thank you. I have 4 girls, ain't none of them had that, What? Because, I'm sorry for some parents who have to deal with those children. With that, that's hard. And what you say, you have to have patience and love to be able to handle those children. So we thank God for who we have today, even with the technology, with the talking, everything that was spoken here today, because I didn't even know that having the what's the thing name, fibroids, that you don't have to now have a surgery, is something else, and that's excellent. That's great. And then I understood about even with the kidney, the way how we was thinking. And when you hear dialysis, you dead. You dead. And that is why when people hear about these kind of sessions, they should run to it. Because you are ignorant sitting up in the doctor office when the doctor tell you your kidneys is failing. And you have to go, oh, no, doc, I got the last thing I do. I ain't going on no dialysis. And I didn't know it was acute and chronic. Okay? So I'm thankful for this.
Thank you. You probably mentioned it before and I didn't hear it. I would like to ask if autism is genetic.
There's no studies to prove that it's genetic. And there's no studies to prove that there's anything specific that causes autism. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah? So what I do, I implement behavioral plans. So basically, because I implement behavioral plans, meaning I help to create them for that child, and I have to implement that behavioral plan to say, okay, if that child has a problem sitting down, right? Or if that child needs to be ready for school, I help to come up with that plan, and then, I implement that in the rooms to basically teach that child how to sit down for longer periods of time so that they can be ready for school. If that child has a biting problem, I have to find ways out how to, inside joke, I have to find out ways how to stop that child from biting. Now, mind you, I have this client, right? She has a problem with biting. A majority of the times, I'm always blocking. I'm always doing certain things. Sometimes I can move a little too slow, and she just nips me, and I'm like, oh, goodness. But in the inside, I can't show no facial reactions, because if I do so, they'll think that it's okay. A lot of parents, caregivers, they don't know that if you see a child doing a particular thing, if that is not hurting that child, don't bring attention to it. Because once you bring attention to it, then that child ends up doing that same thing over and over again. Like, say, for instance, if you have a child, you know that child needs to go to sleep, right? And you see that child making la, 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 la every minute. You're saying, shh, la, 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 shh, la, 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 shh, right? They ain't gonna go to sleep because they know eventually you're gonna kick them out the room and say, oh, I can watch TV and so and so. All right, so now I know that if I make that noise and I get to watch TV, I can continue making this noise. So we try to break those behavioral patterns. Yeah.
That's it. I want to say a huge thank you to Keishana for that wonderful presentation. And I must say that today the discussion was very important, and I'm sure that most of us would have, have some takeaways and learned a lot from what was presented on today. And with just like Overseer spoke about, not being, when, back in the days, parents weren't aware with their children had autism, they just shunned them. And I think today, we still have some parents that shun the children, don't want to take them out because they're embarrassed about persons looking at them or, just talking about them. But I think once we are aware, taking the child out is not, it's not a bad thing. Persons are going to look whether they're going to know that you have a child that, is autistic and you have to keep them away from people, but I think we have to teach them how to socialize in public and be around people. And that's where they can, kind of understand and grow as well. But I don't think we should shun them, because if that's the case, a lot of us adults should have shunned ourselves, because we don't know how to behave around people. But children with autistic is very loving and caring. When I went to school back in Atlanta, if at a certain point in your studies, when I was going into 9th grade, you had to list your electives. That means if you wanted to be a doctor, a nurse, a biologist, whatever you wanted to be, once you put that on the paper, they then schedule you for those classes. I've always wanted to be a registered nurse. I didn't accomplish that, but I'm still in a profession that helps people, so I'm kind of okay and happy about that. But I love the hospital, not because I wanted to be in it, but I just love the hospital. I just love caring for people, and I think that it was a good thing. And I had an aunt that was a registered nurse. I had an uncle that was a nurse as well. He also was a psychologist and a lawyer, so he was everything. And I think that contributed to his death because he had too much going on up here. I don't know. But yes, I always wanted to be a nurse. And, in school, when we selected what we wanted to be, we had a period where we had to go on the special needs hallway. That's the class, and dealt with the children with special needs. So one of our class period was to deal with that. So you had to go to the class and actually deal with them and be like a teacher's aide. And at that point, I was like, I don't know if I can do this, because, it takes a lot of patience and love and just, your attitude, your body language speaks a lot when you're in those positions, because just like Keishana said, when they see you act in a certain way, then they think that it's okay, but it's really not okay. So you have to know how to compose yourself when you are around them, when they're doing certain things. And I just want to say I'm truly blessed for this session on today, and I want us to just put our hands together for our presenters. So, of course, whenever you go out to speak, and, when you talk about your profession and you're helping persons and you're educating people, making them aware of their health and what to do and what not to do and how to maintain healthy living, the persons that invite you should always let you leave with something, right? It's a must. So let me tell you all presenters, when you all go out, and y'all don't get nothing, just go back to them and say, listen, yeah, the next time y'all invite me, make sure you have a gift for me. So right now we're going to do our presentation to our presenters, okay? And that's in every sense. You must always show your token of appreciation. And this is our way of showing our token of appreciation. I'm going to ask our overseer to come and help me do these presentation by presenting them. Our first presenter will be, who we're going to present to is Dr. Dawn Perry. Dr. Marcella Malcolm. Dr. Merrill Clark. And our very own Miss Kayshana Garland. So we've come to the end of our presentation, and I'm going to ask Elder Marie to come and do the vote of thanks for today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I say anything, I would like to read this quote out for you, and I want to believe that everybody will agree with me and the writer of this quote. And it reads, "Good health is not something we can buy. However, it can be an extremely valuable savings account. It's not something you can buy, but it can be an extremely savings account." And I don't know if there's anybody who intentionally missed this seminar today, but I feel sorry for them because this was such a great, great time. Very productive, very informative, like you can't lose. You could not have lost anything when you came here. And I just want to say thank you, a big thanks to all our presenters, to Dr. Perry, Dr. Malcolm, Dr. Clark, and Ms. Garland here. Let's give them another round of applause, please. It has been a great session, and we are so thankful for all the information that you just came to give us freely like this. And I believe everybody will agree with me that this is much needed and it's very timely. And I would also like to thank Healing Waters Women's Ministry for today's seminar. Thanks so much for putting this up. One thing about the Women's Ministry of Healing Waters is whenever we come up with something, it turns out to be something so great. So I'm looking forward to our next program, our next event. Also, a special thanks to our overseer, Irma Colby, for allowing us to have this seminar in church. So let's just give her a hand too. Thank you so much for the insight. And of course, even though it is a women's seminar, we don't want to forget our faithful men of the ministry for their support. So this is to all the men of Healing Waters for your support. We just want to say a big thanks to all of you. So just a general thanks to everybody that also came up here to learn something and to also share your thoughts, your insights, your opinions, your questions and all that. They were all very good and interesting, and we appreciate all of that. Tomorrow we'll be having our Sunday service, so I would like to invite you all, and to those who are watching too, I just want to say thank you for going online to watch us. Tomorrow you can come here in church at 10 a.m. Join us as we continue the celebration of our Women's Sunday. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies. So there you have it. Healing Waters Women's Health and Wellness Seminar has come to an end, and I must say, we couldn't put a price on today. The information that we have received, we could not have put a price on that. And I think when it comes to health, it should not be a price, because it should be information that is shared so that people can be aware and know the importance of taking care of this vessel. All right? So go out, enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and let's do a group photo with our presenters.
Okay, before we leave, I just would like to say this to all of our presenters. We're going to have each one of you come back on a Sunday morning. I, the religious pastor, because wherever we go, you're going to meet people who don't agree with what you're saying. And what was said in here today, if a drunken man had stepped up in here and given us all of this information, I would have brought him back on a Sunday morning, pray for him, bless him, and give him the mic and say, tell us what you said. So what was said was very important. And we will not, the Bible say, we will not be ignorant. God wink at that. We have a lot of Christians who don't take doctor's orders, and because of their ignorance. This body, after a certain age, this begin to fail. Ask me. When I was drinking sodas and juices and just having, when I go out, when I travel to speak, water, I love water, I love water. But one day, I came back home and I had to visit the doctor. And what they said to me, it wasn't because I drank juices and I did. It just happened. And so we need this information. And for those of you Healing Waters members who've been watching, you think you got away, but you're going to get it on a Sunday morning. I'm serious. This is important. So doctors, fix your schedule and always keep a little Sunday open, because we can bring you back. And we're going to even bless you better when you come back on Sunday morning.